Good morning, everyone. My name is Nick DiMartino. I'm a consultant here in Los Angeles, and I'm also the chair of IdeaBoost, which is an accelerator for early-stage digital media companies based in Toronto. So we have LA and Toronto, both of whom lost their games last night. So I'm supposed to be sad, but I'm sadder about the traffic and the fact that as a result, we probably have a slimmer audience than we might ordinarily have. But all that being said, I'm thrilled to be able to present to you a group of incredible creative talents who are here to talk to you about their journeys in the world of virtual reality production and distribution. We've had a lot of panels here at Digital Hollywood over the last year about the emerging medium of virtual reality, and for many of you, if you're like me, we've seen this come and go again, so there's an awful lot of speculation about the business and the distribution models and the platforms and the standards and the technologies, and all of those are certainly important. You know, as a guy who worked for the American Film Institute for 20 years, I tend to focus on, you know, what I used to call why bother. At the end of the day, what we're really interested in, and certainly what consumers are interested in and customers are interested in, is the quality and nature of the experience. And from the point of view of the industry, to deliver that experience, you have to have artists and technicians and a team of people whose passion pushes them to be able to create something that's worthwhile for an audience of thousands, millions, tens of millions. And so that's what we focused on today here with our panel of four authentic artists and creative talents. And I have a simple way to get started, which gives the panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves and their work. And it's by answering the first question down the line. And this is the only one I'll do this for, because I really hate that when panelists go down the line every single question. But the first question is a simple one, which is, you know, what is the project that you're most excited about in virtual reality that you can share with the audience, talk about a little, and what did you learn from the production of that experience, which helps you define what you see as the unique qualities of this new medium. And in case it hasn't become obvious, we have one speaker who's calling in from Berlin, Monica. And so she's not able to hear anybody but me, which is a little bit difficult for her. But can you wave to the audience so that we know that you're, see, she knows we're here. And they all waved back, even though you can't see them. So I'm going to start at the far end with Nick, and take it away, Nick. Tell us what you've been working on.
What am I working on? So I have a slightly unusual background. A lot of people who work in VR, especially at this early stage, have a somewhat unusual background. I'm part filmmaker, part software developer, which actually makes it kind of sort of, for me at least, ideal, because the industry is an unusual mix. And the technology is an unusual mix between requiring a creative approach and a technical approach to move things forward. But in short, to address both the rhythm and Nick's desire for us to briefly introduce ourselves, I've worked a couple of years, last I guess 10, 15 years, in various aspects of consumer software. I suppose I would specialize in user experience, UX. I'm a product guy. I'm also a film director. The most high-profile project I've worked on prior to VR was a documentary about mercenaries. I spent a number of years in war zones. The documentary is called Shadow Company. It was shown a number of festivals, won a lot of awards, which was fun. But on the VR side, what fascinates me is not just what we're doing today, but where this is going, because it should come as no surprise if you haven't been living under a rock, and certainly the people who have taken the time to make it to events like this probably haven't, that the next 10 years is going to significantly change consumption of all media, because it's quite possible there are no screens. So with that in mind, the most interesting thing I've done in the VR space so far is been a combination of software and content. The most recent piece of content I was involved in was the first time NBC's show Blind Spot did a 360 piece. And I find that whole notion of storytelling in a frameless environment fascinating, because it simulates aspects of emotion that you feel in real life. I can go into this at depth, but I won't for now, because everybody else needs to get a chance to talk about what they do.
Thanks, Nick. Jenny.
I'm Jenny Ogden, and I'm president of IQ Productions and producer. I think where we're coming from as we step into VR and more immersive experience is really from a different standpoint, because we started out doing projection design for live theater, live performance, and also projection mapping, architainment, that sort of thing. And so we're not struggling with getting outside of that 16:9 box that everybody else is so used to working in, because we're already working in unusual immersive environments. So we've been doing a lot of full dome immersive experience as well, which is more of a shared experience. And then moving into VR, our first VR pieces were adaptations of our full dome work and putting them into VR. And so it was more of a 360 video experience, but a really easy step into VR. So the first one we did was The Storm, which was a music video that we produced for full dome. And we also do our live theater in full dome environments, so visually immersive live performance. And projection mapping in traditional theaters, where we're actually 3D projection mapping the walls, the proscenium, and the stage floor, and wrapping the audience in more of the story. So we're kind of coming at it from that perspective. We're in development now on a property, a brand that we're looking at from a completely 360 story development, story world standpoint. And it'll be across, immersive across many formats, including VR and live entertainment and a series, television, scripted series. So what I'm looking at for that really is making sure that we're looking at this project from a virtual 360 world that tells the story across formats in different ways. And a lot of people used to call it transmedia. It's not really the popular term right now, but really 360 storytelling, and going from that curated experience that you get in, scripted television or live theater, and then moving into a world where people are actually interacting. So moving from film or video and then shifting into a CG environment, and playing with the third-person, first-person experience in that manner as well.
Thank you. I'm going to switch it up so that Monica doesn't get bored over there in Berlin, and then we'll come back to Yvette. So we'd love to hear from you about one of the VR projects that you're most excited about that you've worked on, and what you've learned from that about why this is a new medium.
So I actually do hear other people speak, especially when they speak louder.
Oh, good.
So that is nice.
That's a plus.
Yeah, I can actually converse with you guys. So what I'm working on, I am not really a VR creator myself. I'm more sort of advisor, and so I'll be advising different people and entities in Hollywood, as well as startups and investment entities. So right now, I actually spent all day here in Berlin with a team at Splash, who are creating new kind of application to let users generate their own sort of virtual reality experiences. And I also work with a team in Los Angeles called Red Pill VR, who are creating new ways for us to experience music. Yesterday was the entirety of Mental World Expo at AWE, meeting new people from around the world, and especially had two very inspiring conversations with a lady from China, a lady from Colombia, in terms of more interesting developments that are happening there. So what really interests me personally is how everything else plugs into virtually augmented mixed reality. So what are the other technologies that could help us to create more compelling content in VR? Specifically artificial intelligence, machine learning, computer vision, how we could sort of join sort of the fictional world with things that we capture in our reality and create sort of a seamless experience between the two of them. But also, something that I've been thinking a lot about recently, and one of the things I'm going to do this winter, I am going to teach a small workshop. I wanted to have me for the entire semester, unfortunately I couldn't do that, but I'm actually immensely excited. I am going to be teaching master's students in the best university in Colombia, in Bogota, sort of the introductory course into virtual reality, as a technology, but really get them thinking what they, coming from sort of their culture, we all know about sort of magical realism of South America, could be bringing to this conversation. Because so far, most of the VR development has been happening in America and Western Europe. So one of the things I'm most excited about is how other cultures, from Central and South America, from Africa, from South Asia, from the Middle East, could be stepping into this conversation.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for that. And now our final panelist is Yvette Vargas.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for getting up early and coming this morning. So I am a writer, director, producer, and a VR storyteller, as well as a multi-platform storyteller. So I'm really glad that Jenny mentioned that, because I think that's incredibly important to this entire puzzle, a huge component. So my background is both traditional storytelling. I actually am very involved in traditional television. And then also I have an entire background of digital storytelling, which includes video game background and all kinds of other kinds of digital content. So it was really easy for me to utilize both my storytelling skills as well as my digital storytelling skills and jumping into VR, because I think it really takes a mindset to be able to jump into VR and actually start creating it. You need to understand what a 360 space set environment really is, because that is the frame. Talking about no frame, that is the frame. So at my company, I'm the CEO of my company. It's called Digital Reign, REIGN, and we're really focused on all kinds of experiences, and I'm always looking at it from this 360 multi-platform storytelling kind of place in terms of developing IP, developing story. That's what it's all about first, and then the medium and the platform second. And VR, as we're moving forward, definitely, absolutely, obviously there's a huge spotlight on AR, VR, and even MR at this point. And I think that spotlight, just in terms of media, is only going to continue to grow, but not just from just because of the attention and the money that's being thrown at it. But I think really, truly, the quality of content is what's going to push it and evolve it. So it's really, it really now is the time for the creators to really jump in, because it's been so led by the technology. But in terms of projects that I'm working on and what I've learned and what I'm most excited about, there are three projects currently that I'm working on, which are all based off of IPs that I've created, and one is a CG animated piece, which is going to premiere on the Sony PlayStation VR, and that specifically came out of an overall multi-platform franchise. So the VR experience of that is another POV and storyline of that overall IP, which is really exciting, obviously, to explore in that space. And the other two are live action. I work in both CG and live action. Both have their pros and their cons. But what I've learned about those two, and they're both very different, but I think is forwarding in terms of sharing. One of them is more of whether there's a conversation. It's basically set at a wedding before the wedding happens, and the subplots and the plot and the subplots unfold literally by the conversations that are happening at the tables at the wedding, which you as the voyeur or your own character in this particular piece, you literally get to figure out what that eventual narrative is by the order of the tables that you visit, which is completely up to you. So one of that kind of freedom of storytelling, I think, is super exciting, and literally figuring out how to still guide a narrative when there is full freedom for the audience member, who is, their sense of being is alive in this particular space, and creating their own impressions and memories of being in a piece of content. I think that's fascinating, and definitely something, as a creator, as a storyteller working in this medium, that's one of the things that I'm really focused on. And then from the other piece, in terms of that particular takeaway, I mean, completely different than the one I just explained. It's literally where the audience member is a character within the world. Absolutely a different way of telling a story. And truly, why I mention these two is that it's just these are different stories now that we get to tell as well. So, I know many, many creators that are trying to jump into the space, and they don't necessarily understand what is the right story to be telling, and POV, and whose POV is it, and therefore what's a strong story because of POV. I personally believe that's a place to start. So those are the kinds of things that we're experimenting with.
Thanks, Yvette. You emphasized in your comments just now POV, or point of view, which is clearly something that film has played with before, but you're in a frame. POV, in a sense, could be seen as a subset of the user interface, and certainly the user experience, something that you, Nick, talked about prior to the panel. You're very passionate about it. Can you share with the audience and with the other panelists why you think this is the most compelling part of what changes when you're operating in this medium, the whole idea of the user experience?
Oh, that's funny. I thought you were going to ask something else, which is that I was going to say that I thought that POV was the sort of cheapest trick, or the lowest hanging fruit, which was kind of the
I would
opposite
never
of what
say that.
Yvette was. No, I know, but I would. So,
Okay, good.
Yeah, no, I will say a few things about that. So, one of the reasons why I think user experience is something that people often, I guess, forget when they're making content like this is that traditional content people, and I don't want to pretend that there's a sharp division, but there often is in the case of especially people who are coming into VR very early. If you come from a traditional content background, i.e. Hollywood in the broadest possible sense, you've usually gone, okay, I've got a director, I've got a story, I've got a producer, I've got talent. Fine, if it's documentary, you don't have talent, but same basic idea, you craft your narrative, and then you don't worry about everything else, because for the last 100-something years, the methods of constructing a story, while they've evolved, the methods of the way in which this is consumed haven't fundamentally changed. There's been a disconnect between a screen and an audience. Disconnect is the wrong word. There's been a separation between the screen and the audience, and as such, content people have not had to care about the way in which, the precise way in which the content is distributed and consumed. What they've basically gone is they've gone, okay, we make this thing, and then the techie guys take care of how this is consumed. And what that's led to is, regardless of which particular step of evolution has happened, whether it's been standard definition to high definition, or high definition to 4K, or iTunes, or streaming, it doesn't actually matter, because the content guys stayed within their content box, and they stuffed the content into someone else who would then distribute it. And if you think about what that meant on digital platforms, when we moved beyond the keyboard and screen to the slightly more intimate touch, and now to the even more intimate physical closeness of VR and AR and 360 video. What that's meant is that traditionally content people who have thought of UX as almost a dirty word. UX, by the way, UX means user experience, for those who don't know, also called UI. But traditionally, UX has been like the menus and buttons you have to wade through. Oh, to get to the content. Now you're at the content, we're good. You're consuming the content, we don't have to worry about UX anymore. That's not the case in 360, absolutely, because the UX becomes part of the content. Even in something as simple as 360 video, where basically all you can do is rotate, for now, until Project Tango has its way, all you can do is move around. That's still a very, very important point of user experience. And I think what Nick was getting at was that, which is, obviously when we start doing computer-generated and position, translation, interactivity with your hands, changes the game, absolutely. But even something as simple as rotating becomes a thing that you have to take into consideration when you're creating experiences. You also have to take into consideration, by the way, what people sit like or stand like. There's countless 360 video projects that I've come across that are incredibly boring because and I'm sure everybody else feels the same way, while it might not be a popular thing to state, because they're boring and they can be confusing. Because when we're at film festivals and we're sitting at spinning chairs and we can kind of go, wow, this is really awesome. Look, I'm underwater. There's a whale swimming towards me. Not to pick on Weaver, but that's just one project that isn't particularly exciting after the first 30 seconds. The point is that when you're at home, you lean back and you kind of like this. It's not particularly comfortable biomechanically to look around because your shoulders and your neck get in the way. So it behooves us as creators to think about things like this. And this is what user experience and products are all about, which means that you can't just think about you can't just think about the audience as a magical object that exists in a perfect environment. You have to think about, how are they consuming this thing? Are they consuming it like this? Are they consuming it like this? Or do
So,
they have
Nick, why is this any different than video games?
Why is which any different?
This argument you're making about the user experience.
It's not so much that it's different to video games. I mean, all pieces of software have always had a creative component and a sort of technical component, and somewhere in there, the head of product, or the person who's responsible for look and feel, has to determine, what do I want the customer or user or viewer to be able to do, and how do I communicate that to them? The basic tenets of user experience design are that a user has to know where they are, what they can do, and how do they get there? Like, what do they click on? It's not dissimilar at all when we're creating a story. What I'm trying to say here is that we're not creating stories, we're creating experiences. And even the 360 video guys have to understand that, because if they think they're just creating stories that are passively consumed, they're screwed, because they'll forever be making things that are either confusing or boring, or worst of all, both.
So, Jenny, your practice has been focused on media that's consumed socially. There is somewhat more of a spectacle in the sense that you're creating the surrounding media that people sit in a conventional theater or a space and consume together. Do you think that VR as a medium is going to be more social than, I mean, sitting in a theater and watching a movie, I guess, is a social experience, but you're not interacting. You're doing a multiplayer game, so you are interacting. Where does VR fit into this social paradigm, and how's your work pointed to that?
Well, first of all, I think that we're already starting to move in that direction with VR and creating social spaces with VR, and I think that we're going to continue to see that happening and moving in that direction. So, the argument being that VR can be very isolating, and some people are wanting to have that sense of community. I agree with, to a certain point, because I love live experience. I love theater. I love immersing an audience in theater, and that combination of immersive engagement and a shared experience, I think, is really great for community. But I also think that in VR and also mixed reality, AR especially, there's still a lot of opportunity for community, like multiplayer gaming and that sort of thing. I think that a lot of VR in social spaces is one of the next things we're going to start seeing.
What do you mean when you say that? What does VR in a social space look like?
Whether it's communicating via an avatar or interacting in a space where you can be aware of the people that are in the space consuming the same content, whether it's virtually or locally. I think that that's a direction everything seems to be starting to push. We're also seeing what like IMAX is doing and several other things where they're creating VR social spaces. I know that there's a lot of that in China right now as well, with kind of like what early internet cafes. Now there's VR cafes where people are are actually coming to experience VR in a social setting.
Monica, like at the beginning of every single medium, we always have a lot of sorting out to do. And one of the things that's happening now, I think, is was brought into the comments you made, and that is that VR is not just an entertainment or a narrative medium. That because of the unique qualities of telepresence or presence, the neurological changes that occur, we see a lot of the enterprise developments in healthcare and development, international development efforts. What are you seeing? You mentioned your work in Colombia and with some of the other international areas. What are you seeing in the non-entertainment area that can help the creative talent think about telling stories in a different way?
Yeah, so we looked at, actually, I wanted to echo, here's my as I was saying that. And Nick said, there's a quote actually I wrote down speaking with a friend yesterday, and he said, Hollywood industry is seeing this as all about the media and nothing about the audience. And I feel, sort of just backtracking a little bit to what has just been spoken in the panel, I think that's really a crucial point. Successful VR, will be different depending on who's experiencing it. So if any person steps into the VR space, the VR experience, and no matter who they are, they will leave with the same story you could have done in a traditional format. So it is crucial to embed that sort of variability into the experiences we design, and me being Monica, and Jenny being Jenny, and you, Nick, being Nick, we have to be able to get different takeaways. So it's not as much about sort of the storytelling as about sort of story world experience. And story is an important element, but it's really about how I feel, how I move, what happens to me in that world's experience.
Are you talking about the whole area of empathy?
One question.
I'm sorry, are you talking about the whole area of, people talk about empathy as one of the takeaways of the VR experience. Is that what you're referencing?
Empathy is a word that I feel has been really overused. It is not about empathy as much as it is about sort of psychological manipulation that can be used for either good or bad. And empathy can be sort of one of the processes. It cannot be the end goal. For me, good VR generates some kind of change, and we feel for whatever that we experience, and then we come out of that experience and we want to bring it back into sort of our physical life and change our behavioral patterns, or go and help this community that we experienced, or go and participate, or go and learn about them, or go and visit that particular place. But actually, what you asked me as a question that I haven't sort of answered yet, I think there's a lot of things that will go, especially in VR and MR space, though all of that will merge, be sort of the future reality virtual experience both that we would choose. If the R has physical reality is 0% and total sort of fully immersive virtual reality is 100%, we'll go anywhere from the 5% to 99%. But there will be so many more use cases that will actually allow us to do something, improve something that we already do in our physical lives with the help of this immersive media technology, in with a different level of transparency. So one particular thing that I'm very interested in, because I've been quite involved in volumetric capture space, so sort of holographic virtual reality. How can we sort of really capture ourselves in holograms? And that got me thinking about a whole lot of stuff. Especially with what we see is happening, in our politics, the rise of sort of the right wing, people wanting to, exit Brexit, exit European Union, build walls, create borders, not let sort of free flow of the creativity. That's sort of what politics imposes on us. But that's not what the young generation wants. We want to connect. I'm more interested to collaborate with an artist or with a technologist from Nigeria than I am interested to collaborate with somebody, let's say, in Europe, where I'm from. So I think in that area, what would be very interesting is how holographic capture and sort of augmented reality, mixed reality devices will allow us to really cross the borders. So let's say, I am, an artist or sort of, creative technologist in, let's say, Nigeria, and I'm collaborating with my partner in San Francisco, and we want to do a project, we are doing a project with Google X, but the government would not issue me a visa. My American partner can go and very well visit the Google X labs, and that's not right now, but with the next generation of, let's say, HoloLens, I could really participate in that meeting. I could really see everybody in the room. I could see whatever the new technologies that they're showing me, and they could also see me as a hologram. So that is.
That's
so
interesting. I think that you're talking about VR as almost a production tool or as a component within the tool set of what creators can access. It leads me to another question that I prepared, which I'll throw out to Yvette, and that is, so, I think a lot of how many people in the audience are either currently producing VR or immersive media or are trying to get into the production side of it? So let's talk a little about the tools, because I think maybe this could be helpful. From start to finish in the conception of your project to the distribution of it, what tools do you need that for this production that you wouldn't have needed if you were making a conventional linear production? What are the things that are different? Obviously, if you're live action, there's cameras, but what else? What else?
Yeah.
is that just me, or?
Oh, I'm going to throw it to Yvette so we can mix it up a little.
Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, as I mentioned, I work on both the CG side as well as 360 video. Yes, obviously the cameras are different. The post production is extremely different and takes longer in most cases.
To the editing, are there different editing tools that you use? I mean,
well, of course, we all know that the initial stage of stitching the media together, all of the video together, but then it goes through just an incredible process of just the different enhancements that you want to actually make to that 360 environment. Bringing in CG into a 360 world to make it look realer. So there's absolutely there's a good deal of that goes on, and then sound. There's just more focus on sound than in traditional 2D, because again, it's making this world, making this environment, making this experience seem real. We really are creating the real, and sound is a huge component of that, and the wrong sound can easily just pull someone out. So the emphasis on sound is greater, but the creativity of sound is pretty fantastic in terms of opening up even possibilities in that world, and then then going down to distribution. I mean, so then the different kinds of formats for distribution, and for instance, the CG project that I'm working on. I mean, it literally will be available in 12 different formats. So that's another consideration.
So do you have a Rosetta Stone format manufacturing tool?
I wish. I wish. It's literally knowing the various formats and platforms that literally you're going to distribute it on from the very beginning, because you need to plan how you're going to capture that and finally do the deliverables, and if there are levels of interactivity within your experience, then how much interactivity can actually then ultimately come down to the lowest common denominator, which could be just someone that's experiencing on this. So, I mean, all of these kinds of this kind of thinking and this kind of strategy is very different from a 2D, kind of production from the very beginning. I mean, really knowing your end game in VR 360, it's huge. It's huge. You really need to know what that ultimate final piece of content that you're putting out there and how you're putting it out there and to whom you're putting it out there.
Nick is squirming in his seat. Go ahead.
I think, this is not really a disagreement, just to add on, is that there was one fundamental way in which it's the same. And the fundamental way in which it's the same, which unfortunately a lot of productions so far appear to have forgotten, is that we need to make people give a shit about these stories. We need to make them emote, or at least encourage them to emote, give them the tools which they can then use to emote, because if they don't, they're not going to want to do any of this stuff. And this industry is still, while multiple billions of dollars have been spent on hardware and platform, and a disproportionately small amount has been spent on content. Unfortunately, there's a lot of content out there that simply, while it makes for a magical demo, it's not that compelling. I'll give you one quick example. Tilt Brush. No one who's tried Tilt Brush would probably likely disagree with the fact that it's a fundamentally magical experience. In 10 seconds, it allows you to paint in 3D space, and the paint stays there, and you kind of walk around this glowing light painting. However, I've showed Tilt Brush to, 100-something people. Everybody thought it was awesome. No one, with the exception of one who's actually an artist, has ever asked to use it again. They've just thought it was an awesome demo. Whereas if you show, Peaky Blinders and Black Mirror to 100 people, chances are that almost all of them are going to want to watch the whole show. And if you haven't seen Peaky Blinders or Black Mirror, please do.
Black Mirror for season 3 tomorrow.
Yes,
Drops
for
on Netflix.
entirely different
I can hardly
reasons.
wait.
But what I'm trying to say is that compelling content is something that I think, as generally as an industry, and for that matter as an audience, it's like people have grown accustomed to a very high level of entertainment. I'm not suggesting, or rather I am, but it's a subject for a different panel, of whether or not passive experiences, i.e. creator-guided, more traditional scripted narrative, versus fully interactive, high audience agency, traditionally gaming-like experiences are better or worse. They're very different. Again, different debate. I am, however, suggesting that we need to up our game. And the way to up our game is to go, hang on a second, I know it's hard to make these things, but we got to make stuff that people actually care about and emote through and get excited about, because otherwise we're just making a bunch of demos. That's all anyway.
Well, do you think, Jenny, we're in an odd place in 2016 because it's the beginning of a medium in a sense, even though it's been around for a while in some form. This is certainly the economic explosion and the buzz that's going on in 2016, 2015. But at the same time, it's the chicken and egg problem. There's hardly any audience for all of these devices put together, even cardboard, which is not a terribly great experience.
PlayStation VR is going to change that in a significant way, which of course just came out, 3-4 days ago, so the anticipated numbers for Christmas is going to be nuts. I think anyway, sorry, just wanted to cut in
and agreed.
with that.
I want to definitely jump on that bandwagon. I think looking back at the milestone of PlayStation VR, literally, hitting the market with that kind of infiltration that they already have, 42+ million consoles in the world, I think is going to be a significant milestone in the space.
Jenny, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to go back also to your production workflow and toolkit. Do you find that you're doing a lot more pre-planning and pre-visualizations for a project when you're working in VR?
Yes, absolutely. There's definitely more work upfront in the process in terms of just pure development, and certainly with storyboards, that they've never really been more important. I think in this particular process, to not necessarily for the creator, but certainly to get the team on board and to really understand what will be the final piece of content at the end. So that particular aspect of it is pretty significant. And going back to storyboards, we're not talking about frames. We're literally talking about it's a storyboard scene, or major beats within a story. So it's really like major scene beat frame storyboards.
Yeah, in our work we do a lot of animatics, pre-visualization, and taking that into actually into a VR, even if it's just something that you can do a previs in cardboard or on your in 360, really creating an animatic moving storyboard and being able to plan, because fix it and post when you're talking VR or immersive is not what you want to be doing. That's a big no-no. You used to always hear, well, we'll fix it in post in traditional media, right? But
Well, and then there
that's a
was
huge proposition now.
the period when suddenly, because of digital, you could remove wires on. So there were romantic comedies that were fixed in post, whereas it used to be action movies and that kind of thing.
Yeah. So-
We're closing in on the end of this session, and I want to make sure we have enough room for some questions if there are some from the audience. But it is a group that's eager to learn about the production side of it, and no production seminar would be complete without a discussion of money. And so I know that this, I started out by saying this was focused on creativity, but it's really hard to be creative if you don't have a budget. And here's my dilemma. And I started with the question a minute ago about a chicken and egg, but it's with regard to budgets. It would seem to me that we have three sources of funding that are currently underway. Number one, marketing money. So people are doing 360 video executions for brands and ad agencies and media, movie releases, and these are marketing budgets. The second is technology companies. There's a fund from Oculus, there's a fund from HTC, et cetera. And then third, and this is the sort of traditional content model, we see it a little bit in games, and that is there's somebody that's putting up an advance against royalties, and it's a pay-per-buy model or a subscription payout to that investment. It seems to me until we get to the last of the three, the vision that Nick outlined earlier about really spectacular content that competes with the stuff that we see from the mainstream is going to be hard to get.
Well, it doesn't. To be clear, it doesn't have to be wham bam. It's not. When I'm talking about Star Trek, I'm just talking about take a look around at any 360 video scripted narrative piece released so far, and prove to me that it isn't shit, because they all are. Because the performances are bad, the directing is bad, the story's not particularly great. And why is that? Because it's hard to make this stuff. So people kill themselves trying to make it, and they forget about the basic fundamentals.
But is it a budget issue? Because they're basically
I don't know that it is. I mean, there's plenty of stuff we've seen over the years come through Sundances and various other film festivals, which is, indie people. Primer is an older example, but people put stuff together for near $0. And if you have a good story and you can find talented performers, which, by the way, this town is chock full of, you just got to look.
They're all in the audience. What, are you kidding me?
Well, maybe, who knows? I'm just saying that it is possible to make good stuff. It's just, my worry is sometimes when creative people enter a technical environment, they get blinded by the technology and they forget about what they actually know about. A typical example is there's an article I wrote called Cinematic VR is Not an Easter Egg Hunt. And essentially I happen to point at a particular person who's a very talented filmmaker, and one of her first 360 projects involved dancers in every single possible axis. There's a dancer over here, there's a dancer over here, over here, over here, and I remember talking to her, and I go, why did you do this? Like, all your film work is actually really good. Why did you make something that's so confusing? And she goes, because it's 360, right? You got to put something everywhere. It's 360, and I go, no. You're a storyteller, and I know, I understand that obviously there's a fundamental difference between VR and 360 video, but in this particular case it was 360 video, and I said, you're a storyteller. Your job, if you wish to be a storyteller, is to tell a compelling story, not to tell a confusing story, not to just go, well, here's the world and the world is real, because guess what? How many times have you in the audience looked behind you during this talk? Probably never, unless you were, looking for the door or trying to figure out what time it is and trying to find a clock somewhere. But the point is, in most things in life, even though, yes, we live in a 360 environment, and yes, our ears hear 360, as Yvette pointed out, audio is very, very fundamental. Our eyes do not. Our eyes see about 170, and we can focus on about 20 degrees.
I'm going to cut you off because
go ahead.
you're not answering my question, and we have 7 minutes left. Okay. And somebody else want to answer that question?
Yes.
I think you were talking about financing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think personally, there's financing coming in 3 different formats, and that third format of having a subscription base or a pay-per-play, or having investors that are interested in future royalties is the piece of the puzzle that we haven't fully figured out. I think telling your story in a multi-format and having VR be a component of that is probably the first step in that direction in getting proper funding and making sure that your story world as a whole is supporting
Because we don't have a fully developed market
every
yet.
format. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to add to that because that's exactly what we're doing, and literally bundling the experience of VR with another medium.
Are you
So-
bundling the budget inside the overall
Absolutely.
project?
Oh yeah, no,
So
absolutely.
you're not pitching this as a separate
Well,
P&L.
so 2 projects are just individually. They're pretty much standalones in terms of VR, but they are part of a larger multi-platform strategy and franchise and story world.
Okay.
It might premiere as VR, but there's much more to it, and other media available.
And other
to this
revenue
franchise.
streams.
Exactly. But
Well,
in terms
I'm going to
of-
throw it open to Monica, just because, again, we are going to run out of time, and I want to make sure that you're patiently sitting in Berlin in a white room. So the projects you're working on, how are they funded? I mean, do you have a pattern? Well, any of them. I mean, just do you have have any advice for the aspiring VR content producers here in terms of where to look for money?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of, but as just being said, and in terms of, so not just looking to do VR experience, but connecting it to something larger that can also exist across the media that is established. What's amazing about VR is that if you make it any good at all, it gets so much attention. It's really written about, it's really seen by not all the eyeballs, but the eyeballs that you really want to attract. So I think it's really, really good to think how you can create a world, and an aspect of that world, sort of a cherry on the cake, can be experienced via VR, and especially if it can be experienced sort of via sort of location-based VR, full body immersive kind of experience, because that will just be really seen and covered and will excite audiences. Now, the other aspect is a lot of the startups, and it's going to become harder and harder in the year 2017 as we start seeing sort of the first bigger failures of VR, and so it's going to be a harder year to survive. But still, the startups that have some kind of proprietary technologies that are creating tools are still receiving quite a bit of generous funding from the venture capitalists. And they all do need to prove that their technology is worthwhile and that they can produce interesting content with it. And
That
so
is another one of the sources, yeah.
with not just the Oculus 5, Sony, PlayStation, but also a bunch of companies in that startup scene that some of them raise in the high tens of millions of dollars. I think that's an interesting way to fund cool content.
Thank you. We only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to have to open it up to the audience. Yes, sir, what's your question?
Do you guys have any 360 VR projects you'd like to recommend as what you think is starting to achieve?
The question is, do we have any killer apps that we can recommend? We've talked about some things that don't work. What is working for you?
Pearl, first 360 videos ago. Pearl is, at its heart, it's a music video, but it's a cute story about a girl in a car. And it's, I happen to know Patrick Osborne, who directed it, but regardless, it's a really solid 360 video piece to check out. You can see it on YouTube, Google.
Other
Spotlight.
candidates for awesome experiences?
Well, I think we're going to start to see it now on Sony PlayStation 4 and just like first quarter of 2017. I think we're going to start to see some, just because now we have the ability to see
And so-
some better quality. But I would look in the what's been done in some of the news journalism space. There are some heroes there.
Jenny, any suggestions?
Somebody was showing me, I think it was called Luna yesterday, that was looked really compelling. I really like looking at things that aren't just another first-person shooter experience. That doesn't really interest me on any level, really, but I know that that's the first like VR gaming place that people go. And I think that for me, the VR and immersive entertainment is so experiential, and I think that it has the power to impact people in a really visceral way. I think that that's something, to me, that we should be also looking at is how we're impacting people in society.
Well, you know, when the transmedia thing was first blowing up and people asked me, what have I seen that I want to recommend, I came up with a one-liner that seems to have persisted, which is, I'm waiting for it to make me cry. And, you know, the reality is that it's almost a virtual reality experience in a movie when you're captivated in that, even within a frame. So that's the bar for me. Monica, do you have any candidates for great experiences that you want to recommend to the audience?
Are we talking about 360 or?
Either one.
I would say Everest VR by Sulfur. I, again, do not love horror-based stuff and sort of violence-based stuff because I feel that as technology gets better, it will actually induce real-life PTSD. So definitely into, experiences that, sort of are all about making us curious and making us want to explore, making us want to move, and especially stuff that is interactive. And I think Everest is really that, because you find yourself on Mount Everest, the landscape is absolutely gorgeous, you can actually walk, you can walk across the bridge, you can climb the bridge, and you get more than as if you were just on, the word just is not suitable, but if you were on the physical Everest, you would be rushing and being afraid of getting into an avalanche, etc. Whereas here, you can explore and marvel at your leisure, and you really sort of start realizing how incredible our planet is, and want to go back into your physical life and explore maybe the landscape around you.
Good.
So I think that's a beautiful use case.
That's a good example. I think we're going to get the high sign, but I'll take, anybody else have a final question? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it seems like for, several years, VR has been more about, concept, and maybe a lot of the funding that goes into it is sort of about developing the technology, and maybe the story is kind of secondary to the technology itself. And maybe I'm just kind of curious about people who are funding these projects, maybe in the past, not really concerned with the profitability of the story itself. And, as this technology becomes more mainstream with some of your Oculus, how that might change the funding or the expectations of the people investing in this, and how important the storyline becomes. Can you respond to that or talk about how right or wrong that is?
I'm hearing a lot from everyone that right now all the money is going into the tech, but we need to remember that the tech's only cool for a minute, and then it has to be the entertainment value. Does it move you? Does it compel you to want to experience more? Because I always figure that I'm successful if you've completely forgotten about the tech and you're fully immersed in the story or the experience. Narrative's changing a little bit. It's more about experience than, watching a story on a screen. So, are you moved by that experience? Are you compelled to more or look for more in that immersive world? I think that really quickly the tech will get boring.
Well,
If we
Jenny,
don't
you
have
work
really
with a
good-
lot of the studios, and if you were at the dinner the other night, there was a lineup of, Warner Brothers and Legendary and Fox and the others. And I think it's fairly safe to say that the first segment of funding, which is the ancillary marketing thing, is going to become standardized for most
Studios.
tentpole movies in Hollywood within the next, they're being created now. Ready Player One will have a virtual reality experience because it's a virtual reality storyline in the regular movie. And I think that generally speaking, that's going to begin to happen. And if there's an audience for it, it'll begin to build it. So to some degree, what the questioner is asking is a matter of time. But I would also say for independents who are not financed by studios, largely, we're still waiting for some, kind of aha breakthroughs that might be
I mean,
Yeah.
look,
hitting the standards we're talking about here on
I
this
think
panel.
what Nick said, which is that we need things that make us cry, is absolutely fundamental. Your point is slightly trickier to parse because, yes, of course, story is important, but at the end of the day, until there's ticket sales or some kind of subscription model, the reason why there's so much money invested in hardware and IP and tech IP is because that's where the exits are. Because in the next 18 to 24 months, when, as has been pointed out, a lot of these companies will fail that raised a lot of money initially because the valuations were wrong or because they're jaunt, then what will happen is that, sorry, it's a bad joke. What'll happen is that you're raising money because that you can exit these companies, you can create successful environments. And yes, there are certainly people who have raised for content. Baobab is the most recent example. They raised, their B round of 25 million. That's rare, and it's very hard to do that. However, I think when this all needs to move forward in tandem. A rising tide lifts all ships. If we make better content, people will eventually start paying for this because people pay for things that they like using. I mean, they pay $1 for Little Angry Birds type games because of the fact that they spend a lot of time on them. So those models are still being evolved, but I absolutely think that a very, very fundamental aspect of this is story. A lot of the industry doesn't quite get it as obviously as perhaps you're thinking they might, but it'll come because it's without story, we don't have compelling experiences, we don't have emotion, and we're never going to have attention.
I mean, I think if it ever got to the point where you could get like a Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt, the talent to make a movie in VR, 3D, and it be something that you can sell tickets to on a broad scale, or or 3D.
Well, how about the sequel to Blade Runner, which is where there's a VR experience?
I mean, it'll happen in less than 12 months. I think a major Hollywood name talent will be in something. I mean, Invisible, which you may have heard about, was a project that came out fairly recently that was high-profile Hollywood director involved. For some reason, my mind's blanking on the name of the guy. Can someone help me out? He directed Bourne Identity. Doug Liman. There we go. Doug Liman. Doug Liman was very, very major Hollywood.
And there was an ad in the New York for that this week.
Yeah.
which
Yeah,
was
yeah.
amazing.
So that's on the directing side. So certainly the talent is one or two steps away at best. Talent chases money because it's their agents don't want to do these deals because their 10% slice of zero is zero. So it's coming. It's literally is it going to be Sony or Oculus dropping the dollars for a major star or Google or somebody? But it'll be in the next 12 months. The conversations are being had.
Not only is it coming, but so is the end of this panel. I want to thank the audience for it filled up nicely, and I'd like to especially thank our panelists, including Monica in Berlin. Thank you for your patience and for your participation. And just as a summary, I think what we're experiencing here is what we always experience on the creative side, which is we all want it to be as good as we possibly can make it. And for myself, I would say that that's only going to happen when there's a large influx of creative talent from all sources. And we've seen time and time again, as Nick mentioned with Sundance, if you saw a film like Tangerine, which was made with iPhones, it was a great movie, it was a great story, totally unique. Where did that guy come from? We want all of you to be creating and thinking of things to create in this new medium because we want it to be better.
I just wanted to jump in, going back on the question in terms of content. Just because the studios aren't doing it doesn't mean that someone in this room can't do it. This is the opportunity, actually. It's like, yes, so you have to find the money, but the community, the VR community is actually extremely collaborative. Everyone's trying to figure it out. You can find a way of doing it. And that's the opportunity because, the studios, it really is about the ROI. They're not going to take the risk yet, the big risks yet. But that's the opportunity for somebody else to take the risk and start figuring it out.
And she has the last word. Thank you, Yvette. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Monica.
Snapchat just changed or proposed to change to their business
So
plan?
just am like
What exactly is the update there? Have you read about it?
how it's going to do some research.
Well, sure, let me give you my card so we're on each other's radar going forward, basically.
I don't have a card.
No problem.
Don't worry, I will be following you.
No problem. I do a lot of speaking and blogging, actually.
Yeah.
VR myself. I write for Venture Beat, actually.
Cool.
Yeah, the people I did a piece on business development VR like a year, 6 months ago about business development. So,
Okay. I think it's
Yeah, they're just, what they're doing is they're just decreasing
well, I think is it 115 or what?
the way that the publishers are being displayed. They're like more secondary. I think what they're seeing, and I guess it makes sense, is that users they want to use it for
Their friends.
their stuff, you know? The publishing stuff is not as important to them,
One or
but it still is of value, so they just change the mix in terms of the way they experience it so that the publishers aren't getting as
no,
much.
you're right. It is one.
Because it's
real
that
estate.
top four.
Yeah, it's
It's not anymore. Now it's bottom.
Ah.
So,
All right.
I think they're just like anything.
Yeah.
They're just kind of experimenting with their audiences always and trying to see what makes the most sense for them.
Sure. A company like Amazon will roll that out, kind of like geographic regions, but.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexis Macklin, and I will be your moderator today. I'm an analyst with Greenlight Insights, a research firm out of San Francisco based on virtual and augmented reality market intelligence. I'll go ahead and pass it down so our panelists can introduce themselves.
Hey guys, good afternoon. My name's Seth Schachner. I'm a Miami-based digital professional. My background's mostly in digital music and business development, and have kind of a experience with 3D audio and VR. So it's me.
Hey guys, Jeb Terry, Fox Sports Digital. Working a lot of our multi-screen activations with league partners and how we present our sports content on digital screen with emerging tech, social, digital, and every way we can get our content in front of the fan base.
Dylan Shaw. I'm here with Virtually Live. Our company's focused on true VR for live sports events, basically taking live data from different tracking companies and transposing that into a complete replica of the event. So I'll be here to talk about kind of product side.
Hi, I'm Warren Zen. I'm the managing director of Havas Media's Mobex Group, which is the Havas Media's mobile unit. And our role is to oversee all the client investments in the mobile space from a media and marketing perspective and help bring the best possible way in which they can reach consumers via the mobile channel.
All right, thank you. And today we'll just go ahead and get started. So with mobile, VR, and AR, consumers are most understanding of these two platforms out of the entire industry so far with Google Cardboard, Samsung VR, Pokemon Go, even Snapchat. So how can companies and content creators leverage this understanding as the first emerging platform to get going into full immersive VR?
All right, yeah, sure, happy to take it. Yeah, so a lot of the challenges around, I think, VR 360, however you want to call it from our perspective, is reaching scale and finding the audience, getting in front of them. We all know that headset distribution is limited at this time. It's starting to improve every quarter, right? We're getting great numbers about the audience there, but from our perspective, we have to make sure we create content that can be consumed by the masses, and so that's making sure it's viewable on all the various screens. So optimizing for not only the Cardboard or Samsung VR, but also for the 360 experience via Facebook and YouTube platforms, the 360 player. The magic window where you can take your camera and essentially look around and experience that flat rendering of a 360 video. And so as we look at it, it's making sure that experience is equally impressive to the consumer so that they can essentially taste it and want to come in for more and find more of this content around. So it's critically important from our perspective that experience, what might be their first experience that they get to go to the 360 or VR kind of content, is a good one. So it's how we're reaching scale and how we're introducing our fans to the medium.
I'd echo Jed on the point that this is oftentimes one of the entry points into panning around or kind of even thinking about 3 degrees of looking around a sphere, right, in terms of content. So it's really important that content creators that are focused on 360 video focus on high quality production, but of course, production's at a premium right now at this state, and what I'd add as a caveat is we want to make sure that at Virtually Live, that all virtual reality or 360 experiences are, high quality ones. So that means, not being able to see stitch lines, but more importantly, thinking about the way that you can actually step into an experience. So moving around and truly feeling like you're present in a location. So what we do as like kind of a comparison is basically transport people into a completely rendered environment, which is essentially modeled by our team to be pretty much a replica of the event, and thereby allowing that person to have a little bit more interactivity and engagement.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going in a linear fashion here, but I was just going to say, from kind of what I've seen in the media, the music landscape in particular, it's I don't know if it's much about taking advantage as it is kind of getting ready and experimenting, and creating programs that might even sit in the can or in the vault until such time as there's a handset that's out there that's penetrated in a big way, or that rights have cleared. I mean, I think it's broadly, from what I've seen in media, more of a time of experimentation and testing balloons, if you will, for what could be a new medium, basically.
You touched on something interesting around the rights perspective, right? Especially in music or live sports rights, or mobile versus tablet versus web versus PC, whatever it may be, and kind of the VR, the 360. This is kind of not categorized yet, right? So understanding, is this a mobile highlight versus a new media type highlight, or is it where is that content being consumed? Has a big role in our industry right now.
Yeah, I don't know. First thing be to discover what mobile is. It's changed. It's not the same thing it used to be. It's very device-centric when people talk about mobile, but it's become digital in a way because everything is going through this channel now, so it's not distinct from normal digital channels anymore. And then the other thing that we're dealing with the reality is that if you look at it from a technological perspective, a mobile device only has this ability to render a certain level of experience at this point, right? It's limited. If you really want to look at the experiences in the way that they can be developed these days, you need to have hardware that can provide the level of, rates, motion rates and bit rates and pixelation in order to make it work. It's not here yet. So right now, the Google goggles or the Google Glass or whatever the case is, the cardboards and the Samsung devices that are coming out, they offer an interesting experience that's scalable, but the kind that are promised it's not there yet. And I think that that's part of where the mobile end of this is going to meet a nexus point when maybe there's such thing as a 5G network. I'm not really sure what that means yet. There's a lot of talk about it, but it's not clear. And then when the hardware becomes even faster, we'll be able to see things on here that I think are approximate what you can see on like an Oculus or a Vive. And until then, I think to the point we're making is it's probably going to be social interactions and deep video and like the 360 video where these things can maybe provide a little bit of a more immersive experience. But right now, we work with companies where in order to scale, the only way we can scale is by sending out a Google Cardboard because everyone's got a phone. And we know that we have a limitation in terms of what we can deliver in that device. So in that respect, you do the best you can without also having to ask people to make what we call unnatural behaviors, having to put a goggle on and put a phone in a thing. I mean, it's a lot of work to have someone do these things. So at the point at which we can move away from those things and make it easier, I think that's when things will get scaled. So we're kind of in a weird nexus where the idea is good, but we haven't really gotten to execute at scale yet.
Yeah, that's one of the things that, as we look at, is how do we get this content in front of the consumers without making them jump through hoops to engage, right? It's the notion of how do we present this in their feed, in their natural kind of daily routine, to where they can experience. And Facebook 360, YouTube 360, and I'm sure others are coming out, help us do that, right? And not only does it introduce the medium to them, but it has, in certain occasions, brought a certain scale where it starts to matter a little bit. Whether it's being stage side where Conor McGregor's at a weigh-in, right? When he and Nate Diaz fight on stage, if we can clip that, turn around, and get it up in real time, that becomes something that makes people stop the scroll and pay attention, right? And so we can actually get scale within the notion of hundreds of thousands, millions of views and engagements on something like that, right? It's not necessarily the fully immersion yet, but it's the tip of the spear, and so that's where mobile becomes really important for us too.
I think you're touching on a really interesting point there, which is, I think that there are some sectors out there that one can learn from. Like, when I've been at a bunch of VR-oriented events around the country the last year, and it feels to me broadly like it's like a cousin of the gaming business in some way. The gamers are probably closer to this universe than others, from everything from the business models of subscriptions or in-app purchasing to just the gaming engines being built off Unity 3D, for example, which seems like it's the emerging platform. So I tend to look at that as maybe you can learn from that somehow and build your own.
Right. So I'll jump in here because obviously our product, because it's rendered with computers, we're using graphics engine technology like you're referring to, Seth. So Unity and Unreal and other graphics engines. But what's possible is to actually do a 360 stream to a mobile device that's rendered using those engines, right? So a mobile phone can have, albeit more limited like you're saying and less immersive like you're saying as well, still a compelling experience where you're being a little bit more passive and it's a little bit more curated, right? So for a specific example, when you think about our partnership at Virtually Live with Formula E, right? So we have two settings. One is a passive experience where you're kind of shown into the different areas around the actual event. So that would be the pit lane or the VIP area or the actual cars themselves. Or you can be unguided, right? Which is what we call where you can kind of transport around yourself with one of the higher end systems. So what you're getting is the more guided version on a mobile device, right? Something more curated.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing in the world I'm in, right, is we have a lot of clients who are brand marketers. They're always looking for ways to outbeat their competition by creating a really cool new experience. Their problem is consumers today are overwhelmed with different types of mediums. They're just overstimulated. Most markets they're going after are younger audiences who are the most overstimulated. And they're also the most savvy, so they may be the ones who are most prone to wanting to experience these type of things. But as Jeb said, a lot of it's unnatural behavior, having to put on a headset. So the ways that we're seeing the innovation is coming from industries where there's, we'll call it like almost like addictive behaviors, like gaming, where people will sit down in front of a computer for a day and they'll play a game and they're willing to invest whatever they can to make their rig give them the best possible experience, and they'll put headsets on. They'll do whatever they can do to make that more realistic. And so because there's a hunger there and there's a demand there, the industry develops in those markets. That's where we learn a lot. And I'll say it, the porn industry is also one where we learn a lot too. The fact is that the streaming video stuff all came from that particular industry because there's just a lot of invested in it. So we see that stuff fall off now into, we'll call it, less addictive or less immersive markets where someone's just watching a passive commercial. Right? It's very difficult to get somebody to participate in a commercial message in 3D unless they're already in a 3D experience. So the Facebooks of the world, the Googles of the world who have the money and they have the infrastructure and they have the scale, as they advance their capabilities, everybody else will follow. So I think we're seeing where, particularly Facebook, obviously Zuckerberg's investments recently in Google's are showing where these two things are headed. And right now, we're pretty much in the 360 video world with ad units that you can kind of look around and do something really neat in. That's about where we're at. And sometimes we'll see installations at live events like this where someone will put on a pair of glasses and look at things. I'd say my opinion is we're probably 10 years away from VR being like a scalable medium, right? But we'll see a lot of stuff in the sectors like education, training, probably some enterprise, and like as I said, certainly entertainment and gaming will be probably the forefront.
One of the things when you mentioned gaming and the insatiable appetite to plug in and play for a day, on the sports side of things, we're fortunate. We have that insatiable appetite.
Huge too,
right?
no doubt.
Fans
My
wanna
brother will
consume.
watch football from 9 in the morning till midnight on a Sunday.
All day, right?
Like
But-
just with chips next to him, It's
But one of the challenges that we look at is that the 60-inch TVs are so good,
Yeah.
right? And the broadcast is so good that how do you get somebody's attention to, one, first go immersive and then ignore everybody else they're watching the game with, right? Which is, sports is by nature a social action of watching the game, right? So how do we find the better medium or the better presentation and make it more of a maybe a companion programming or something along that? And that's kind of where we're trying to look at is how do we give fans different viewpoints, right? How can we transport them from their pockets, right? And go behind and see the end zone or go to the 50 or come to the crowd. How do we leverage things like Unity to build cool suites, but then actually show the broadcast there and let them jump around while also being with friends and doing things like that. So I mean, it's like a combination of everybody. We get a lot of the benefit and a lot of the challenges of each of our industries.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think one of the things, I've seen from music is, or maybe other media sectors too, there's this tendency to kind of view these new platforms as just something that's part of an ancillary market. It's the same as a home entertainment or a TV reproduction, and you're just going to dump it. So in the recorded music sector, Vivo, for example, which is a classic music video portal, just exists to stream videos, and they're just videos. I mean, they do have original programming, but, I don't tend to look at VR as that for every segment. I think there'll be stuff that gets created that makes a hell of a lot of sense for the medium itself, actually. I don't know what that is. I mean, there's a Paul McCartney 360 that I'll point to that you're on stage with him and it's a very different experience than streaming something even on Twitter or Periscope, actually, which I think is also worthwhile to mention. So.
Well, that's how you would scale a concert with mobile, right? So we've all experienced this where, Van Halen's only playing 3 nights. I'm not spending $500 for a ticket and standing up in the back with a bunch of kids. So, but I still want to see Van Halen. So if I could buy a Ticketmaster pass on my phone and I could be there live and watch the concert with someone who's responsible for carrying me around on stage and doing stuff, it might actually be a better experience because I have access to that experience that I'd never get for the ticket price that I pay unless I have a backstage pass. So I think that the live concert experience, and we're experimenting with this with some people we're working with in the States now, in New York, that I think would be a big marketplace. I would sign up for this because there's, and that you could do that through a mobile device.
And that's where you need the audio too, right?
Yeah,
That's where
totally.
the 3D audio matters.
Absolutely. That
Right?
the sound is a really important part of that.
If you're going, especially if you're going down the path of music, right?
No
Live
doubt.
Music events, and I'm in the same camp where sometimes it's nice to just be able to have a night to myself to do my own thing. But going it back to Jeb's point, which is essentially, with sports, it's a thing where you want to be with somebody else. You want to talk trash. You want to be able to watch. If you're going head to head with somebody in fantasy and you have Sunday night and nobody's with you and you're just accompanied by a bag of chips, our view at Virtually Live is to really hopefully put you really in the stadium or on the field, right? Like using a game engine. So
I would imagine a guy in his living room alone with a lighter,
Watching a concert.
fire
So,
alarms.
so what do all of these live event experiences in VR need to kind of push that over the edge from, just another media experience to something that's better than reality? What is that next step that's needed?
I mean, I think the hardware, the capture needs to continue to improve, right? I mean, live stitching is a challenge, right, at high quality, especially in 3D, right? Because you don't know how to stitch here, you have to stitch all the way to the back of the room, and there's moving parts. And, sports, there's a lot of moving people, there's a lot of challenges around that. So I think that's one of the biggest things. If we want to get fully immersive 3D live streaming, the hardware needs to continue to improve. And it is, at a clip like we've never seen before. Right, it's the capture and the stitch in the cloud that's going to make that experience really, really, exciting.
And then on the content production side, just for the 360 video notes, right? There's things don't put the camera so close to somebody, right? Because if I'm a viewer, I've definitely done some 360 video shots where it's uncomfortable because I have more of a guy kind of fidgeting with his phone than I do an actual sporting event or an actual subject, right? I think, going off your point, close field, maybe boxing, or for instance, if you're close to a golf hole for sports, you will get really good high quality content that people will want to look around. But it's also about composition.
Yep.
Yeah, technology is the issue. I fully agree. We're just not there. There's so many different components in the chain of production, from bit rates to video speeds to Wi-Fi to processors to camera types, and in this whole ecosystem, technological ecosystem, you know eventually that someone's going to come up with this entire full-through capacity. But until then, there's a lot of players that are going to keep on trying to fix different pieces. So I don't know if everyone remembers this movie called Brainstorm. It was with Christopher Walken. It was like in the late 80s. It was a movie about this guy that invented this headset that you can like actually be inside of somebody's mind. And I remember the way they did it, it was like this, the original version of the machine was this big thing, you know, the guy had to put it on, like 6 guys had to put it on him. And they showed how they kept shrinking it down to the point that it was just like something you put on the head, you know. And that was the point they could roll this thing out and start to scale it. And I think that's the same thing. Eventually we're going to see some way, probably a Google goggle / phone thing where all the infrastructure is in place that these things will be scalable. But, you know, the plethora of technological innovations and companies are going to come out with products between now and then are going to come and go. We're going to see a lot of ups and downs, a lot different than videotape or DVD technologies. So we're kind of all anxiously waiting for this thing to happen. In the meantime, again, like I said before, it'll probably be some of these big players like the Googles and the Facebooks and the gaming industry that'll probably push a lot of this stuff forward.
But I would just say, you know, maybe it's not a direct answer to your question, but if you look at the kind of just aggregate amount of content or apps that have been built for this new medium, it's pretty small, right? It under indexes compared to other platforms.
Yeah.
The number of stuff that's available in the Steam store, the app stores is quite small. So, you know, to me, it may be that there isn't enough stuff that's been published or made yet that really works for the medium. You know, I mean, I look at what happened with Pokemon Go, right, which is, I guess, I don't know if it's augmented reality, it's not the full virtual, as being kind of
Depends on who you
proof,
talk
some
to,
kind of
yeah.
proof of concept out there, right?
Yeah.
That some
No
of the
doubt.
stars are aligned?
Definitely there's a need for it. There is. It was huge. My
So-
wife still plays the damn thing.
So it may not be like the typical definition of augmented reality in terms of like, you know, if Daiquiri was here, what would you know they say about if that's augmented reality or not? But you get into like kind of a rabbit hole discussion. The fact of the matter is there are a lot of people who download it just like your wife and use that app for a time being, and now it's a common term, right? Augmented reality is really well known at this point because of Pokemon Go. But at the same time, I think what you have to do is also think about things in the present, right? So like for Virtually Live, we do remind people that this is a simulation, right? Like you might want to take a seat or make yourself comfortable. You see Google announcing comfortable materials with their newest headset. People are making incremental changes, and content creators are also designing these experiences to keep the user in mind on a small scale too.
Well, what's important to know, I think, for those of us especially that are in it in the industry and are looking at it every day, we all kind of have a jaded view of it. I think, you know, because at times like, that stitch line's not clean, or oh, look at that, I can see that. But then all of a sudden, you know, I put my kids in a headset or even Google Cardboard or something like that, and it just blows their minds. Right, and you know, so the potential is so there, right, and technology is speeding up and getting there very fast. So you know, it's just important for us to always have perspective on this kind of not cottage industry, but for what it is that it's come a long way and it's going to keep going that way fast.
You know, and something that we keep mentioning is scalability. So, you know, every developer out there right now wants to know, how do we make money off of VR and AR? So, you know, something that we have talked about a little bit is how do we get the advertisers involved? How do we get advertising funding to be spent on VR and AR experiences?
I'd say we shouldn't. I don't want advertisers involved. Then it'll become like 3D, you know, pre-roll, you know, which is going to be a horrible thing. And it's probably going to happen because that's just the way the industry goes. But the advertiser-funded model is kind of a, you know, one of these heroin addictions that the industry end up with because we are forced to have other types of content interfere with the experience that people want. And you know, it's inevitable. I'm a realist. My industry my company makes all of its money on this, so I'm a proponent of getting the word out there about products and services. But there's a point where I think that what we're seeing already, we have companies come into our building and, you know, do all these vendor demos. One guy came in and said virtual reality programmatic ads, where like they can, you know, build a network of VR portals and they can push ads into them that are 360 videos. And you know, the idea just depressed me because, you know, this is not the right way to like create an experience that where we can maybe learn a bit how the original internet model of using banner ads and stuff was not a good idea, but it worked for people who made a lot of money. So, we seem to be replicating these same monetization models, and I'd like to see a different model. I'd like to see where we create a new paradigm of how advertisers can participate in ways that don't create disruption and awful. People are going to get ad blockers on their VR devices, soon, which will happen, right? So I think the answer is I don't know. I suspect that financial entropy, will force an outcome, which maybe not be great, but I'm hopeful that the industry takes a pause and decides to look at it a bit differently, so that we don't end up with an experience like that.
Well, yeah, okay, I was just going to say, I'd kind of suggest to look at it a little more broadly. One example is this European company called Blipper, which is here, in San Francisco as well.
Know them very well.
Yeah,
Got the
I
app
think
on my
they're-
phone.
They're a good example, actually. It's not pure VR, but it's, they've done stuff with Coke or Pepsi bottle cans. Everyone goes out with the code, and, you redeem it. It leads you to, an AR or VR, an AR experience on the handset, basically. And they've done this around lots of different consumer products. So, that to me is clearly some example of an advertising economy. It's not exactly what we're talking about. I mean, last year here upstairs, they had, I think it was McDonald's Happy Meal app that was virtual reality. You go in and, you interact with, which to me seems kind of ludicrous, quite frankly. But
It's just there's no scale there,
Right.
I mean, I think it's cool. I've played with Blipper stuff, and I know those guys. And when you actually get the experience, it is neat. But how many people are going to do it? Right? It's just kind of hard to get the scale that an advertiser needs to.
Well, there's a lot of
right?
Coke cans and cereal boxes. I mean,
How many people are going to pick up the
maybe
thing?
not as many. There were damn sure.
Right.
I agree with you. But what I would probably say is just, again, not exactly, but look at the gaming business. It's more about, freemium, in-app purchasing, driving
that's it.
driving revenues around the feature of the programming. It's not advertising, actually.
Well, I think the industry, both the creators, the buyers, the advertisers, everybody needs to have a new tab on their spreadsheet that says VR, right? And like, you can't have the same variables that come out to the same equation, right? And yeah, there might be scale, that might not be the scale you're necessarily looking for from a immersion standpoint, but there's also earned media and different ways to achieve scale through creating either a product or the content so unique that industry talks about it, right? That it's more of it's a story about the partnership, the opportunity, and it's the longer tail of that media where I think you can reach a different level of scale. It's not the same, we're not gonna try to lie to each other and say it's the exact same thing, but there's opportunity there to do that, and understanding that a CPM is going to be different for what this VR experience is. It's just something that we all have to accept and understand where that intangible value is that you're getting through this brand association, through being first to these experiences, and through maybe associating with events like concerts or sports that you might not be able to go to a traditional buy at menu or on broadcast, but there might be some lower hanging fruit in the VR space, which makes it a more interesting association, right? And so it's kind of like, we always have to evolve, especially on the business side of things, and understanding that we have to move in this industry as well.
So yeah, I mean, just turn back to the OC3, the Oculus Connect 3 announcements with some of the demos that, Mark Zuckerberg put on a headset and had this kind of social interaction where you saw what we like to call and what Greenlight calls mixed reality, right? Where you had a FaceTime moment between his wife and himself while he was in VR, and his virtual avatar was there represented. So what we think at Virtually Live will really drive forward all of the monetization is eventually social. At some point, you need to be able to say, okay, like now I can be at a sports event or a music event with my father who loves the Dallas Cowboys but might not have somebody to watch that game with. I'd love to be with his avatar in a VIP box. Why not? I mean, inside of our app at Virtually Live, you have a VIP area that you can go to, which is generally, speaking to the point of price, inaccessible to a great many people. So I think ultimately social.
We have to be realistic about the avatars stuff, right? If it's just a blob sitting next to you, in a suite, that's not compelling.
Correct.
Right?
But if you look at the technology going forward,
Yeah.
talk about gaze tracking, right? Like being able to track your pupils or gesticulate with input controllers, right? So that you can see someone's hands and see someone's eye movements. I think that's actually pretty compelling.
Yeah, if I'd say I believe that a way to go would be to go the sponsorship model, where instead of brands, and now brought to you by kind of thing, it's more the brand. Most brands, good brands anyway, have a story. They have a point of view. They have a personality. They have a perspective, a sensibility. Good brands that established are, and you can create content around that brand that is immersive and creative. Like you said, it doesn't feel like you're watching an ad. You're watching some cool thing that's brought to you by an ad, or that's immersed inside of a brand personality or a brand message. And I think that's, my opinion, is where I think the opportunities are going to lie for like a Pepsi, or brands who have this type of modality and think that way. Because I'd rather be immersed in an experience where Pepsi sponsors something to take me somewhere special or do something neat for me. It could either be brought to you by Pepsi, or it could be about the brand in some way. But that's an opportunity, right? Where if the story and the content is rich enough, people will participate in it. And they'll have both a win-win, where the consumer feels they got value and the advertiser was able to create a relationship with the consumer. That's missing. I think that's a missing, and I think that's the promise of this medium, is that it could do that better than anyone can. And I hope so, that there's more of that, because I think that's the way it'll work.
And something that's been very big this month and last month between Oculus Connect and then through Tim Cook talking about AR for Apple as well. There's been a huge talk about social integrations in VR and AR. So especially with live events, we've touched on this. But what are some things that you foresee in 2020? What will social interaction and virtual reality look like?
So yeah, I mean, essentially, you're looking at a mixed or multiple modality experience where you're being able to watch, broadcast TV while also sitting inside of, an experience with some representation of somebody else, right? You have your family or your friends, and you're at your favorite sports or live music event, and you're able to look at them and see eye contact, and do other social things like travel down to a specific area with voice over IP. You can talk to one another, things like this. It's just a convergence of many different types of interaction.
Well, what I think is interesting, the way the prosumer devices are going, like the Ricos, the Samsungs, the smaller devices of the world, being able to take somebody with me somewhere, right, and being able to stream that. Like maybe 2020, so 4 years from now, maybe that's somewhere it goes, where if I have a great seat to a game, all of a sudden I can take you with me, where you can actually see and experience, right? There's some application there. I think in the very near future, though, it's interacting in the virtual space, right? But as hardware improves and streaming capabilities improve, I think it's going to be more of a transportable type of experience where you can achieve presence through this medium.
I think social media is as addictive as gaming. So if there's any other industry or sector that's ripe for VR, AR, it's social media. Similar to gaming, people will spend all day in chat rooms and, troll people and stuff like that. And so I think if you look at the construct of social platforms with, like I said, groupings and chat rooms and specialized, enthusiast groups and, interest parameters and such, it's tailor-made for a VR experience, because you can actually go now into these rooms and you can actually interact with people. If anything, I think, interestingly, social media probably is being held back on its full potential because we can't touch each other and sit down next to each other. That's what people actually do want to do when they're doing this stuff. So I think I could totally see why Zuckerberg is investing in this, because my guess is, I'm probably not brilliant for thinking this at all, is he wants to turn Facebook into a virtual community where people can log in and they can go where they want, roam around and have the same thing and troll each other, whatever. And I think that's going to be a huge place for this. I'm surprised it's not yet there. Remember Second Life?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, and that was weird. I mean, I did it once. It was the strangest thing. I was walking around. No one wanted me in any room. They were like, get out of here, But I remember thinking, like, this is really weird. But those guys were really ahead of their time. They knew what they were doing. It didn't work out. But that's what I believe Facebook's going to become. And I think social media will become, in fact, an immersive experience where you have an avatar, you can be other people, you can look different, and it's a little creepy.
You can look at the way that Snap Inc. and Facebook are kind of already moving towards that live shared experience.
Mm-hmm.
They're creating that ecosystem of products, right?
Yeah.
So I think it definitely will be that. And if you look at High Fidelity, which is actually right the evolution of the company you mentioned, right? So they are doing that sort of virtual space. With Virtually Live, that's here and now. With our partner Formula E, they're trying to reach a tech-forward demographic that is willing to see the race through this different medium and actually be with other fans. So I think that's another thing, right? Is that you're with like-minded people.
Yep.
In these spaces.
I think that, we talked about the enterprise, which is different just from commercial media, is part of this. And I think I've seen some kind of cause-oriented programming that, isn't going to necessarily chart on broadcast media or with major brands, but has, pretty powerful potential to connect people. I mentioned a company called Story Up that's in the Midwest in Missouri that's doing a lot of great work just around connecting veterans, actually, that may be injured and can't see each other. Or some of the stuff that's been doing in emerging markets. Clinton's Foundation has done something in Africa to show the public schools and how they work there. These are all really different immersive things that connect people in different ways. So I think that's particularly challenging. I don't know if that's a Facebook or it could just be some other entity basically doing it,
So you can download Virtually Live on Steam right now if you have access to any hardware to kind of give this a try yourself, whereby you can actually have controllers and have an avatar and see somebody else. So that came out just recently.
So let's dive into what can brands and developers do today to get into VR? I mean, what's a smart play? Should they go more a 360 route? Should they look at mobile VR and AR? Or should they just bypass all of that and go to the high-powered?
I think if brands have the storytellers or can create cool, authentic content around their brand, right, with organic integration and kind of just telling a story, like you're just talking about. I mean, and that's great, and they can achieve scale a lot of different ways in doing that. They can optimize for every platform. Or then it's also, I think, finding ways to associate with things they already want to be associated with, right? Either if it's concerts or if it's sporting events or whatever it may be, there's ways to do that, which is in an organic way, right? That makes sense, and it's not like all of a sudden slapping a pre-roll in front of, like a flat pre-roll in front of a 360 video. Right. It just doesn't make sense that way, right?
I couldn't agree more. I'm getting calls from, it's interesting, from major record labels basically saying, what do we do about this new medium? We have a new record come out, what is something with VR? Well, what is it exactly? And one of the only things they can really point to integrate it, is, Bon Jovi's got a foundation, and it's doing a really great thing, and maybe we can find some way, whether that's a sponsorship or whomever it might be, to tie it in. It needs to be integrated, basically.
Well, it needs to be evergreen content, too, right? I mean, part of the challenges of sports in particular is that it's always a moving cycle, right? And how do you create evergreen content where just, self-discovery matters, where you can come and always watch it. It's something cool. And that's one of the biggest things, is making sure what you're creating, timeliness is great if you get it out really timely, but if it's not, you gotta make sure it's evergreen and either all access and just cool enough to wanna come experience all the way, or you're telling a different type of story.
Yeah, it's gotta make sense, yeah.
We have this a lot. So we get a lot of brands come to us and say, oh, we want to dip into this. Can you tell us what we should do? We think it's interesting. Usually it's a brand that there's a CMO who's a visionary and he wants to be like the guy and he wants a story written about him and how smart he was,
Can you introduce me to that guy?
Yeah, there's a lot of these guys, they're like, oh, I have a budget and I want to do something innovative, So other times it could be that there's a legitimate, like they see some specific reason that a VR or whatever experience may be of value to them. But the questions that come up are interesting. They're always the same. So the first thing is, okay, so what's the cost to develop the content, right? Which it's not cheap. So then they look at the scale of that. What can we do with that? So if they're going to spend the money on this, which is ostensibly like a TV commercial, then they have to figure out what's a distribution model. How are we going to get that out in front of people? Because if there aren't VR content out there for us to plug it into, then how are people going to see it? And are people, in fact, going to take the time to download a commercial about my brand to watch it? They're not going to be interested in enough. So it stops at that point. So what we usually find works is we ask the client, what's your event schedule? Okay? And most of these big brands have events. They do things where, like a lot of the liquor brands that we work with, they always have events. They have some type of really cool, whether it be a bar thing or it could be some other thing. A lot of these brands spend a lot of money on events. Now, when you have an event that you're sponsoring, you have a closed place where there are a lot of people that are at this event, and you can have a booth where you can set up an additional experience that's really cool. And you can get like just about everybody to do it. You can get everybody to get in a line. No different than sitting in a stupid photo booth and taking a picture of themselves, right? They'll do it. So they go in there and they have this really cool experience. And then what you do from that is when people leave the event, you give them all a Google Cardboard that they can all then download and they can share it with people. Now you've got virality and you've got advocacy. It's a smaller footprint, but it was scale. It was relevant to an event you already have. And if you're doing 6 versions of this event or 20 versions of this, now you've got that at scale. So that's where we are seeing stickiness around this, is that that's a smart play for a brand to see where the audience is captivated enough, that they'll participate in it enough, that they can put a lot of PR around it enough to get it to work for them. Because there just isn't a channel for them to push it through right now. So this is like a model that we think makes sense in today's world.
It's got to be context specific. So yeah, whatever the virtual space is or whatever the content is, it needs to be driven based on that event. So for Formula E, for instance, right, we have in November 12th, Marrakesh coming up, right? So fans can, with this app, download it and be at this specific event as it's taking place with other people who are interested in that, in following that event. So I have to bring it back to social, to be honest, because for me, it's all about being able to connect with somebody else around an event that's completely context specific. It's, you modeled that you're like literally in Morocco, right? Because the entire city has been mapped. And that specific area of the track is available to you to move around via teleportation or by walking, right? So it's this incredible experience based around an event.
Do you guys think between, producing viral content and being able to share it on social, do you think social integrations and capabilities are maybe what gets and pushes VR to be mainstream?
I mean, I think it's huge. I mean, I sit in a different part of the country and look out on a very different landscape, and not to, again, deflect your question, but I mean, mobile has always been biggest part of the world I see in the Americas. Mobile's part of the title of this panel, by the way. And, there are often content propositions in this medium that do a lot better because of the way they play to those markets in the mobile medium. And that can be a partnership with an operator, America Mobile, Carlos Slim, who's got 18 operators throughout the Americas and market shares that would not be allowed in this country, by the way. And if they can do something, whether it's on a handset or on their mobile deck or through an app garden, that can sometimes really drive things tremendously, basically, on a regional level. So I would just mention mobile is to think about the operators and think about the handsets and the app stores that are out there and what you can do around that, as much as you would the community.
Yeah, I think what takes it mainstream is when we have those social hooks, but the barriers to consumption are nothing, right? I mean, like right now, the reason social means so much is because we can all do it, whatever device we're on, immediately, right? It's not gonna matter if I can share something via social to my friends on whatever platform I choose if they can't experience with it. It's not gonna help achieve scale. So as soon as I can send them something and it can happen right now and they can interact with it wherever they are, and experience that, that's when scale happens.
So it's always asynchronous in that context, right? Like you always have to send it to somebody else, right? And they're not experiencing it at the same time as you. But what if you had your social feeds integrated into this space, and you could stand next to each other in the space for the event and read off of your Twitter feed. So for a specific example, Virtually Live with its partners, the Scottish Professional Football League, had a demo in which you could be on the field and read tweets from a hashtag, right, a specific hashtag about the event, so that you could actually be updated about what people were talking about synchronously, right? So I think that's a slight point of differentiation as well.
Well, we have about 15 minutes left, so does anyone in the audience have any questions?
They're mesmerized.
Anyone?
We just covered it all.
I'll jump in.
Someone can jump in.
I'll just throw a plug out there for what we're working on right now is our Fox Sports VR app, where we're live streaming a lot of major college football events, right? It's on every platform, right? You can interact with it on mobile, right? Without a headset or anything like that, and magic window experience. So the notion of trying to achieve that mobile scale we're going to make it available wherever you can interact with it. You know, it can do Magic Window, it can do cardboard, and it can do headset. So when we're talking about mobile and, and ability
That's
to
awesome.
consume, it's
An
something we
operator
like to
could
look
use
at.
it basically as well, it sounds like,
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You know, we haven't spoken about drones. And drones are now, you can stream drone content right to a phone, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, we work with a company called DJI, which is probably the largest drone maker in the world. And they've developed a VR drone. So I have it on my phone. It's a DJI app, and you just download it, and it connects to the drone, and you can watch the drone footage, and you can do it in 3D. So you can, like, fly around. So this is a whole other realm, okay? So when you think about what these guys are trying to do is they're understanding that this, you know, flight is something that man's tried to achieve forever, right? We figured it out, but we have to sit inside these big metal tubes. So, you know, being able to be in a drone experience where you're buzzing around real estate or you're looking over, you know, landscape or you're surveying, you know, something, and being able to be in that virtually is an incredibly powerful idea. And that's mobile, and that's very real. That's happening right now because as long as the phone and the drone are connected via some Wi-Fi signal, you can get that streamed to you pretty nicely. And I think that when you start to take the additive of some type of a drone or flying mechanism and you add it into the mix of what we're talking about here, now we have a whole other world of opportunity that is also, again, there's a lot of implications to it, you know, because we know that, for example, we know that terror organizations are using drones for surveillance. They're putting bombs on them and stuff like that. So, you know, you've got all this, and the government is using them. And then we have the consumer that just wants to just play around and have a good time. So as this stuff continues to develop, we're seeing an immense amount of opportunities, particularly like in the real estate industry or the travel industry. I mean, if I own a bunch of resorts, what better than 3D mobilized drone footage to show people what the resort is like? Or maybe even if I go to a realtor, I don't have to leave. I can just sit there and they can just say, well, let's go survey the house right now. And you can just fly around it, look inside it, go up top of it, and you can pick out the house you want without having to even ever go there. And it's completely doable. This stuff is amazing. And we just didn't touch on it, but that's a mobile type of VR that is currently available and not complicated. Like,
You know,
they do this now. It's amazing.
When they brought Skycam to arenas, right?
Yep.
The hovering camera that brought you to quarterback.
You should be able to log into that thing, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly right. I mean,
mean,
that's
why
the
not?
evolution of it, right?
It's
Have a
amazing,
drone right behind,
Yeah.
and you get that footage with the advance of the hardware, right, and the capture mechanism. It starts to become
great.
really intriguing. And when you know the 3D cameras get put on the Skycams,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's when you're going to start, I think, to really see some cool adoption and people wanting to come in and see what that's like.
Yeah, that's very interesting. There's so many different use cases, especially with mobile, that it's amazing. You know, I've seen too with different glass companies that are doing, not to the scale of like Microsoft HoloLens, but you know, Epson. They're looking at drones as a great way to, you know, use AR and get that kind of almost like that Magic Window VR kind of look to see what's going on, since you have to be able to pilot it as well. Yeah.
Some questions, huh?
Yeah. Does anyone have questions?
Comments?
You want to throw a tomato? Okay.
I guess we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up. We're good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did great.
It's okay, yeah.
We're worth $44 million per
It's great for ratings, it's great for the broadcasters. Yeah. Yeah, he's been good for
I like working for Kaz. You do well by him being the CEO. Yeah. I still go over there for lunches. It's pretty fun. I can't believe I left that industry. What was I thinking?
Are you in the Bay Area still?
Kind of. Technically, that's my headquarters point, but I travel all the time.
It's a worldwide job.
And it's been like 4 companies in 10 years. It was Alcatel, it was Alcatel-Lucent, it was Alcatel-Lucent, and now it's Nokia.
I think our mics are on. Yes.
Is it already? Are we already on? I guess we're already on.
Okay, go for it.
Are we ready to go? Okay, excellent. Okay, well, welcome. Good afternoon. We are really, this is a real treat. We've got an amazing panel here, so let's just jump in. So my name's Mark Donegan. I'm going to be your moderator. This is the hybrid TV panel. The subject is delivering the ultimate TV, you can put in parentheses, entertainment experience. And we're going to have just a really fabulous discussion over the next hour and 15 minutes. I guess I'd like to just jump right in, and I've asked the panelists to introduce themselves. Real quick intro, who they are, who their company is, or who they're representing, and then we're going to start into the discussion. So, Josette, start with you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Josette Bont. I'm currently the Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Research at the Institute for Communication Technology Management at USC. I know it's quite a mouthful. The USC CTM, as we call it, is a forward-thinking, industry-facing institute located at the convergence, or not-so-convergence, between Silicon Valley and Hollywood. We actually produce a slate of annual research programs for our sponsors, as well as special events, mostly focusing on digital media. Our sponsors, who are also our clients, include large telecommunications companies, like my colleague on this panel, Nokia, Cisco Systems, Ericsson, as well as telecommunications operators like Verizon, AT&T, and so forth, as well as Hollywood studios. So my role consists in performing industry relations tasks, as well as overseeing all the research. So I will not detail all the research that we have, but specifically to the interest of this panel, we're in the 4th year on the Future of Media research program, which looks at the evolving business models of filmed entertainment, not just from the standpoint of entertainment companies, but from the standpoints of our sponsor companies as well, namely MVPD Telecommunications, as well as technology. So we also look at the technological impact of what we are discussing. So, and my comments on this panel will be shaped by my 30 years of experience working in entertainment, technology, and telecom. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dana Forte. I'm a product manager at Vubiquity. I liken Vubiquity in some respects to like an eBay. eBay's got a couple objectives like us. We help connect folks together. We don't have buyers and sellers, but we connect content providers with video distributors. We service over 600 content providers and close to 1,000 video distributors. And very much like an eBay, they're successful because they really help bring the inefficiencies in the marketplace that exist. And we do the same as well. So, we save an individual video distributor, which is like a Comcast or a Netflix, anybody that sells content directly onto a consumer. We save them from having to work with hundreds of content providers and take content in a multitude of different formats. We normalize that content based on the formats we receive. If we have 600 content providers, we probably get that content about 400 to 500 different ways, but we normalize that down. And then we work with each video distributor and provide them a unique distribution according to their specifications. Some may want mezzanine, some may want ABR, some may want that published directly to a CDN, but we deal with the entire package of content. We have a range of content services. We have over 1,000 live channels running through our plant today, and we power those into cable companies so they can send those on directly to their consumers. And we also can offer live streaming to any OTT service provider as well. We offer on-demand services for every business model you can think of, whether it be free, subscription, transactional. And we also have licensing service as well. And so what that means is we license content from content providers, and what's unique about it is the type of licenses that we receive allow video distributors to sell directly to their end consumers. So they don't necessarily have to work with hundreds of content providers that can come directly to us for those services. And we also have a range of managed services as well. We do things like marketing, promotion. We can also do retail price management for content. And we also have an end-to-end platform that's inclusive of an app experience, so a storefront. We can white label that storefront so content providers and video distributors can create direct-to-consumer experiences for their customers. And it's already pre-integrated into our content cloud to make that launch seamless and pretty efficient. We also provide royalty reporting and reconciliation, so we can take the license and transactions that occur. We make sure content providers get paid. We also have an analytics service as well, so really kind of two key services there. One is to help increase buys, and the last thing is really to make sure they've got the right mix of content on their platform.
Hello, my name is Nash Parker. I'm Director of Emerging Technologies and IoT Ecosystem Development for Nokia. Think of Nokia not so much as the handset maker. We don't do that anymore. Think of us more as the network equipment and infrastructure provider for worldwide communications. In the context of the hybrid TV topic, my background started in advertising, went through video games, and then ended up in IPTV, which you might know as Uverse. So I think I know a little bit about the television environment. Right now, Nokia is pursuing 5G, and that standard is going to help with, I believe, the topic as well because of the mobile delivery aspects that will come along with that kind of technology.
Hi, my name is Ed Haslam. I'm with Conviva. I'm the CMO. Conviva, if you're not familiar with it, enables every internet-connected screen to have a perfect TV viewing experience by enabling OTT businesses to elevate the way they use data. So specifically, we put client software in every video screen that our publishers operate in. We operate for publishers such as HBO, ESPN, Sky, and many others. Collect experience, quality of experience data of the consumer experience on the screen or in the glass, as they say, and then use that data to help provide a better quality of experience, and then also to use that data to help those publishers make better decisions about their content, about their syndication strategies, about their marketing efforts, by elevating that data to more business impactful metrics. And then most recently, we took that data initiative and we opened it up to an ecosystem initiative that actually VDMS is a member of, where that data is being shared amongst all the constituents in the video delivery ecosystem so that everyone can help provide a better quality of experience. The unique part of Conviva's business is we're a third party that isn't part of the video delivery. We're measuring and helping optimize the video delivery on behalf of the people such as VDMS and Adobe and others, level 3, who are part of our ecosystem initiative to provide a better quality of experience for publishers such as HBO so their consumers can have a better experience. Little anecdote, over the summer, we noted a new high in terms of peak concurrent traffic across all of Conviva publishers. We call it the night of bastards, brawlers, and ballers, which was the night that HBO Game of Thrones Bastard Bowl premiered, along with the NBA Finals, which was a sad moment for those of us from the Bay Area, and finally the WWE WrestleMania, all in the same night. Those three events passed the World Cup in terms of concurrent peak traffic from the past 5 years. So that's both fascinating and maybe a troubling commentary about our culture overall, but thank you.
Thank you, that was great. You gave me a good segue into talking about some of the stuff we're doing. So I'm Daniel Sanders, I'm from Verizon Digital Media Services. So we're a division of Verizon that basically has been chartered with providing tools for OTT operators, content owners, service operators to put themselves on the map. And that would be namely Edgecast CDN, Uplink, which is a server-side ad insertion and content protection service. So we do DRM and we do ad insertion, server-side ad insertion to get you around ad blockers and to provide an improved ad insertion experience. and Volicon, which is media monitoring. If you're a broadcaster and you go into your NOC, you'll probably find a Volicon installation. So those three components, plus a few other things we've built, are what make up the DMS group. And we're underneath the AOL unit that Verizon acquired last year, and they have a whole bunch of ad tech. So where can you see our stuff? For example, if you're watching the NBA Finals, not sure I'm allowed to say the numbers, but we also had a very high peak. We were streaming Watch ESPN. We were doing server-side ad insertion. We had our slicer software down at the source, capturing it. We also were watching the Conviva stats in our NOC, and that was actually a record night for us as well. So we were delivering that video. You can see our stuff if you load a web player on Huffington Post or on TechCrunch. If you watch Jerry Seinfeld's Comedians in Cars on the web, you'll see an example of Uplink and Edgecast. And we continue to deliver video for a lot of big social media companies and video services, some of which I'm not allowed to name, but you know them all. And prior to doing this, I was at Crackle, Sony Pictures ad-supported video service, and I was in charge of building out the technology there. So I sort of experienced that whole process of getting our service out onto different devices throughout the years when these devices were evolving a lot. And I think that's kind of how I ended up with Mark and connected with Mark.
Somehow we managed to run off any broadcasters or publishers.
That's right. Well, I think you can see we've got a really amazing panel, and I just realized that I forgot to give context for who I am in terms of my company. So I work for Beamer. What we do is video encoding technologies that enable very, very high quality video at low bit rates. So one of the themes that we're going to be discussing here is as we get into next generation services and really exciting sort of moving beyond traditional quote TV, it involves things like 4K and HDR, and we're hopefully we'll get a few minutes to talk about what that means. But that means bandwidth, and in some cases we already have constrained networks. In other cases, we have consumers who have to pay more for the data. So what does that mean? Does it mean we just don't deliver the more premium experience, or are there solutions? And that's what my company does. Okay, let's launch in here. I would like the panel to, and for this one, this is probably one of the few questions where we'll start with Josette and we'll sort of go down the line. Tell us if there's one thing that sticks out in your mind that characterizes the user experience difference between traditional TV, sort of what we've known for the last 50 years, and a hybrid service, next generation, either what's here, what's coming, and it can be, it can be a feature, it can be an experience, whatever. Give us just one major differentiation. Like to hear.
Convenience.
That's a good one.
Just one. Okay, I have others. But okay.
Dana?
I would say interactive.
Okay.
That the end users were driving the process.
Inconsistent.
I'd say surprising. Like, you never know what's going to be a hit.
Wow.
Virality.
Wow. It's amazing. I'm struck that it's all about, the answers all are about the consumer is now in the driver's seat of the entertainment experience. And that's really what is defining hybrid or next generation services. I see heads nodding, so are we in agreement? Okay.
Well, the consumer's always been the driver's seat. It's just that the entertainment
They didn't have any choice.
never paid attention to the consumer
They never had a
until
steering
about
wheel.
10 years ago. So I mean, it's not like consumers don't vote; they vote with their wallets, right?
That's true. That's good. Okay. Very interesting. On that, let's continue this. How does what's the panel's thoughts on how the method of consumption, affects the user experience? And where I'm going with this question is, time shifting. If I'm watching now on a mobile phone, Does that change? Do I still want CNN, or whatever, Fox or what? Forget the network. But do I still want it just streamed to my phone, or do I want something different? How does the method of consumption?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Not just the method, but the content itself could be interesting. So when I think about giving the child kind of the new babysitter, which is the iPad, and you've got children programming. And there's a bunch of features that you can enable around social interactions or kind of extras, who are the various actors in a scene. That's probably the last moment you want to kind of throw all these whiz-bang features at an iPad and a kid. But when you're on the big screen in the home, maybe that's where you start to introduce additional features around, maybe home monitoring, who's at the doorbell or mom's calling on the phone. So I think it's not just about the device itself, but it's also about kind of the content in place as well.
Yeah, we actually just completed some research across our publisher base about consumption of different content types on different device types and different times of day, and out of home versus in home. And there were a couple of interesting things there. One's not so surprising, I guess, which is that live sports out of home is very, very popular on out-of-home networks, and the consumer sensitivity to quality of experience issues is much lower. Which, if you think that through, if you want to watch the game, and regardless of where you are, and you've got a mobile phone, and it buffers a little bit or it pixelates a little bit, you're more willing to put up with that out of home. Whereas in home, there's much more sensitivity to quality of experience and turning off or switching to different screen type. The other thing that was unexpected in that research that we found is that there tended to be a little more short-form content consumed in-home than out-of-home, which was very, very surprising. And that we are correlating right now to the notion that every home is multi-screen, and that when you're in the home, you're focusing in on the screen you want, and you're able to use it for both short or long form, whereas out of home, you're a little more focused on the screen in the moment. So there's some interesting different trends.
Yeah, we used, when I was back at Crackle, we used Conviva a lot, and it did tell us a lot about what was going on with the usage. And some of it's surprising, some of it is pretty obvious. Like I would still be amazed when I would see like somebody reporting a bug that only occurs after somebody had been watching our streams for 6 hours at a time. And I would go, usually always big screens. I'm talking about our big screen implementations, PlayStation, Xbox, or Roku box, or something like that. But yeah, it would be there were users who watch for hours and hours. And mobile is not. It's going to be shorter form. And if the topic of this panel is sort of how to get better at delivering those experiences, then yeah, you have to sort of program for that. Have programming tools in your CMS that know how to put the right stuff in the right place on the right device at the right time of day, at the right physical location for the user. And I don't think the CMSs of today are quite there yet. The big ones that everyone's using.
And also, I might add that the CTM has done a lot of great research in this area, and if you ever really wanted to really dig into that topic, Gisette is the person for that.
Thank you very much.
On the other, we help pay for it.
Satisfied client.
Yeah, the other side would be that if we're going to talk about mobile, go back in time a little bit and say mobile started specifically in Asia, where they spend all their time outside their home. And so that content delivery and all those technologies came along with the networks that had to be able to be capable of it. If digital Hollywood is anything, it should be about looking towards the future. So let's try to tinge this a little bit more and say, what is the future of this various consumption patterns? I think that's really what you really have a good panel here for today, is that you're going to have multiple devices, better quality of service, but the usage model for it, despite glitches and glotches, is that it's more immersive and it has to be readily available. But the real consumption patterns are still the same. News, sports, weather.
Yeah, I agree. Because
those are the things that are time sensitive, and everything else will be a binge watching. But also, it wouldn't work at all if you didn't have robust networks like a Verizon's network. And as we go forward, the demands keep going up. And if you think about 4K, so if we're going to talk about the future and ultra high definition, our expectation level is just going faster and faster forward, and that's what I think would be a good part of the topic that hybrid TV should.
And,
address.
you know, I think you mentioned previously 5G coming along and affecting that, or in one of our discussions, but yeah, that's going to.
Yeah, there's something like 900% increase in the last 4 years of video delivery content. So if you think about LTE, which was the last big upgrade, that was distinctly engineered for video delivery, because the 3Gs, which were only halfway built at the time, got buried by video content. So now we're actually engineering and architecting the next jump with this video consumption in mind of these higher things. So like a 5G will be like a 5 gigs per second connection speed. And so I also, since we're trying to talk about the future a bit, phones are getting bigger and tablets are getting smaller. Well, eventually there's going to be a collision point. And the phablet, you know, I don't know if I like that term, but there's going to be something about that mobile experience. But then everyone still wants to come home with their 70-inch, because that's where the real money will be made from the advertising elements. And that's where the real enjoyment comes, with all the streaming and delivery and on-demand and binging.
And there have been these devices like the Chromecasts that attempt to bridge the two, but my personal take is that they're still too complicated for the average user to really.
Oh, the mom rule. Can my mom use it?
Yeah, because I've seen people struggle with them, but.
To that point, you know, we are you know, sort of a forward-looking panel here, and most of us are technologists, so we tend to have a different look on the future than the average consumer. So in our primary consumer surveys that we run every year, last year we had one specifically on the growth of mobile video. And you know, at the end of the day, there are two things that really prevent even millennial consumers from adopting mobile video as much as they should. The first is that the experience is still not all that great, except Verizon, for instance, has a very good network. I mean, you know, okay, but also okay, I know it's a mutual admiration society on this panel, but I mean, seriously, obviously Verizon has made it their business to promote the quality of their network, not the price that consumers pay. So, but seriously, even on Verizon, I mean, sometimes the content doesn't play all that well. It still buffers. I mean, we are buffering.
That's
and
when they're using a competitor CDN.
It's 2016, and mobile video is buffering, ladies and gentlemen. That
You should
is
be happy
not
it works at all.
That is not appropriate. That is not appropriate. And the ads crash before the show, and they're too long. And so, you know, the young users just disconnect from that. The other thing is the price of data. You know, I mean, we were told that's still a huge deterrent. Now, that is where most of our sponsors make money. I mean, data is a huge financial game, and that's what is allowing our telecommunications companies to bid for spectrum and all that. So there's a business rationale, but you know, that also has to come down. So there are some fundamentals that we tend to disregard. Well, okay, so yeah, there'll still be plenty of money to sponsor things, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, from a consumer standpoint, the cost of cellular data is still too high.
So how does the panel see broadcast, pay TV, and OTT services to kind of do some general categorization, the UXs converging or diverging? So, and you know, to set this up, if anybody has Comcast or if you've seen the X1, really amazing set-top box experience. I mean, whether you're pro cable or it's an awesome experience. But then there's some really great OTT apps. So I'm curious, you know, again, forward-looking, is this that really progressive cable companies and pay TV companies are just, you know, they're going to be innovating their UXs to the point that we don't really, consumer doesn't care if it's satellite, coax cable, or OTT internet. It's just I get my TV from company XYZ. Don't really know how, don't care because I don't need to care. Is that where we're going? Is that the future?
So you mean specifically from a UX perspective?
UX, yeah. Right now, let's just focus on the user experience.
I think from a user experience perspective, the user really doesn't care. I mean, I think all of us probably would agree. As long as it works and the content's cool and it doesn't rebuffer too much, I think consumer doesn't care. But in general, I think we're all seeing various types of companies trying different things. You know, I've seen here at Verizon, I've seen all the traditional broadcasters moving into the OTT space. But back at Crackle, we sold a license to our channel to Comcast, so you can get Crackle bundled in with Comcast now. So it's just things are going in all these directions. Where it settles down, I have no idea.
Yeah, I care. I'm so sick of all these different passwords, and I'm sick of my eye strain on my mobile when I'm trying to type them in. I want it to be voice activated, or I want it to be a Netflix where it has some knowledge of what I like. If it knows I like hockey games and the Red Wings, if there's a Red Wings game on, NHL.com tells me that.
But you don't care what type of pipe the video came down.
No, but he was talking about UX.
Oh, I
so
see.
I think the UX is terrible. I think
Yeah.
we need to centralize that.
There's definitely a convergence happening. You think about Netflix, you talked about Xfinity. You know, Comcast announced they're going to offer Netflix through their service. So you really see some of these, pure cable companies, embracing some of these OTT providers, and these OTT providers finding creative ways to get into cable companies. So the content definitely is converging. And I think it's interesting that you focus on the UX, because I've always stated it's very tough to differentiate once your user clicks play. Once they click play on content, how is it different between one platform to the next? So I think you're going to continue to find them, companies trying to find creative ways to create richer experiences. And I think you're right. The question is, with the explosion of all these different content sources, there's been discussions about, who's the next aggregator, right? For TV was the aggregator, then you've got this explosion of apps, and somebody's going to aggregate apps. I think it's not necessarily the next aggregator that's important, but the question is the interaction. I think you hit on the head when you talked about voice commands. So if you've got these different ways in which you can interact with content, how do you interact with it in a seamless way? So for example, I've got an Amazon Fire. If I watch content in one app and I want to skip back 10 seconds, it works differently than a different app. How do I use voice commands or maybe even hand gestures? So I think creating a seamless experience into a diverse set of app ecosystems and different content sources is going to get interesting as well.
Yeah, I think if you just look at it from the perspective of the two incumbents, if you will, from both perspectives. You have the internet natives. You have Amazon, you have Google, and you could have Netflix. You can claim Netflix as an internet native. They know how to use data. They know how to use data. And if you think about the UX as being, it doesn't matter what the UX design is. Is it a data-driven UX? Is the content you want or the content you might like because other people like that kind of content like you there and easily accessible, right? So yes, there has to be a good user experience, but the whole notion of discovery and personalization and recommendations that the internet natives know how to do so well is why their user interfaces are being perceived better by us as consumers, because we see the stuff we want to see. But you look at the incumbents, the cable companies and the other folks, they come from a programmer guide view of the world, which is, I have a programming guide. I need to put it on the screen in a better way. And those two worlds need to come together. The programming guide has to be data-driven. It has to be personalized. And therefore, these companies have to be better at using data in everything they do in their businesses.
Yeah, I think what's also interesting to add to that as well is that, they're obviously restricted by the guide, but the platforms that you see these new OTT entrants on is obviously much more powerful. You get a set-top box release, and they're tied and tethered to that set-top box till they actually pay it back. Whereas, these other providers for OTT platforms are introducing streaming appliances every year, and they're getting more powerful, and you create richer experiences, which, can run just more than content on them, which is interesting as well.
Yep. So it's about the user experience, but the UI is really, they're all the same anyway. It seems.
To a certain extent.
Yeah.
How do you find stuff? How
Yeah.
easy is it to find?
And
How
does
close is it
react
to you?
yeah.
Because what you care about as an OTT provider is people watch more. And
So there is a billion-dollar business to be made there in content discovery.
There is,
in
without a
content
doubt.
recommendations discovery
And
that really
navigation.
works, that supersedes
We gotta
all
go.
the players. No, we're in violent agreement.
I think you're right,
Yeah.
for sure. I mean,
No, seriously,
Yeah,
that's
a
what-
colleague said to me recently when I was talking about, different providers in the space, and we were looking at user experiences, and one had a search bar right on the home screen, and another didn't. Netflix did not. And he suggested that it just got to the point where you just trust Netflix to know who you are and give you what you want. So the moment that search bar leaves that homepage, you know that they're probably doing a better job of creating experiences for you.
It's interesting. Does anybody have any or care to comment about the FCC set-top box initiative that's going on? Because this strikes me, and I don't know if the audience is following this, but just real quick, why it's relevant to this discussion. The FCC is working very hard to put rules in place that basically will mandate that you are, and it's a very complicated discussion, and so I'm going to give it really not enough airtime to explain what's going on. But bottom line, what they're attempting to do is separate the set-top box from the content, so that you, in theory, at least what they would like to see, is that I could subscribe to my cable operator in my area. In my area, it happens to be Cox. So I could subscribe to Cox, but I could buy a set-top box from whoever, from company XYZ. And the reason why I raise this, and I want to see if somebody's willing to give some commentary on it, is that the ramifications of this, of course, now if I'm an operator, now I'm being forced to do some things. You can talk about whether there's a revenue loss because I'm not leasing the set-top box. There's kind of that perspective. But all of a sudden, I do lose a bit of control over the experience, because now I have a very basic, maybe I'm limited to an HTML app that will run on a low-power processor. And guess what? I can't add advanced features. The Comcast X1 box is expensive, but it's amazing. But guess what? An operator wouldn't be able to offer that level of service. So does anybody have any comment on that? And if that's good, bad, and different?
It's interesting. I mentioned I work with over 1,000 video distributors. Many of those are cable companies you'd never know the name of. It's clear the FCC is attempting to try to find their way. They haven't quite honed in on something. They have a couple different proposals they're considering. One is, if you've got a set-top box, you've got to create a platform for that so others can load apps on that. Another proposal is, if you're offering cable set-top box experiences, you have to offer OTT experiences so folks can have kind of have it to go. So I think they'll hone in on something. But what I found most interesting in kind of talking to cable operators, 4 years ago, they were afraid of becoming a dumb pipe, right? I'm afraid to be a dumb pipe. How do I diversify? And now the conversations are a little different. They're like, in some respects, that's their highest margin business, and they're a little afraid to compete in the OTT space. So if you got a mandate like the FCC telling them now you've got to go compete in the OTT space, I think you're probably going to see an acceleration of consolidation happening.
And Dana, I'm sure you can confirm that a lot of the tier 2, tier 3 cable cos are already giving up on video, and they are basically, and of course that's why your business is exploding.
They are, and we've got some solutions for them. I mentioned we've got a white label experience where it's a storefront where it's kind of cookie cutter out of the box. It's resonating with some, but you're right. There's quite a few that are stagnant and don't want to move for sure.
And aren't set-top boxes pretty much obsolete?
Yeah, so I'd like to comment on that a little bit too, because we've done research in that area as well. So first of all, an obvious fact is that upgrading the set-top box for a consumer is a large expense for an operator. And so, there is good news with those set-top boxes available at retail, even though they're a lot less sophisticated than some of the ones that are deployed by the Comcasts and the Verizons or the AT&T Uverse, right? So that's one fundamental thing. The other thing is that, very frankly, we are now in a world where everybody is in everybody else's business. So what that will enable is the rise of those virtual MVPDs, okay? And so we're asked often, what do you see as the main threat for established MVPDs? And to me, it's not the full screens and the awesomeness and the MCNs and all that. That's not in the same league. That's not what competes. What competes are the large OTTs like Hulu deciding to deploy a bouquet of cable channels and doing so virtually over the top. That becomes, especially for millennials, a really good way of competing against the established players. So we're entering a very interesting era in which sometimes the provision of video services is absolutely not economical from the standpoint of margins for the operators, for the traditional guys. And at some point, we actually did some very sophisticated financial analyses around that. And we concluded that at some point, and we're already seeing that to a small extent, operators might actually redefine their relationship with content providers altogether, instead of being the ones that actually license channels, pay for carriage, etc. I might say at an increased cost, which is absolutely untenable because the margins are so slim, then instead of doing that, you enable the delivery of virtual channels. And I think Verizon is very advanced in that, going in that strategic direction. So you sort of flip the relationship completely.
And to go back to my glib comment about STVs, the televisions are becoming so much more advanced and capable. You have, if you want to talk about competition in STVs, an Apple TV is a pretty good competitor against some of that. So the real value would be in the level of services in my mind. So even if you are a tier 3 cable guy in Des Moines, Iowa, if you are having services and a service layer that allows you to go from your iPad, watch some of the, control a DVR, pull up stuff, watch and schedule things, send notes to your kids to turn off the TV when you notice that it's 10 o'clock and they're still watching, Cartoon Network. Those levels of services, I think, will be the anti-churn methodology rather than just saying I'm going to give you a bigger DVR, cache, or some of these little niche-y things that prolong the STV market.
I agree. That box is toast.
So I recently got a demo of Sky UK. They have a service called Sky Now, and it's their OTT service, and it's really fantastic what their strategy is. They basically presented that they want the consumer at 12 pounds, so whatever that is, roughly about $20, $18, whatever, but all the way up to, I think their top end package is like 110, 120 pounds. Anyway, and they have a range of experiences that go from pure OTT with an off-the-air tuner, and it's a Roku box. And I'll tell you, when you look at the user experience, when you look at the guide, it's not quite as snappy. It's definitely doesn't, I didn't say, wow, that's amazing, but I said, this is more than acceptable. And for 12 pounds, I can get all the off-air HD, which of course in the UK, there's a lot more because, it's, all state-owned, all government-owned. But that's not the point. Along with OTT, and I've got a really nice entertainment experience, but then you can go all the way up to, they have the big massive DVR with, I think they're also using RDK, and I mean, it's kind of an X1 type. So they also can show this ultra premium high end. And that just really struck me, there's a rhetoric kind of in the industry around, are cable companies dead, is pay TV dead? And no, absolutely not. Now they're reinventing their business, they're expanding their offerings. But this is all relevant to this hybrid TV discussion because, depending, I guess, on what side of the table or where we sit in our respective businesses, maybe we want certain things to happen. But the fact of the matter is that there's some really fabulous experiences that are being invented. So here in the U.S., Sling TV. Sling TV, I mean, $20 a month, that's pretty amazing. Now is it for all of us? Is it going to suit my needs? I don't know. But it's individual. So I think it's awesome.
And
I'd like to.
Always the best STV is the one the customer buys and maintains.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I hear that PlayStation's View service is doing pretty well.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, absolutely.
With virtual reality built in, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, absolutely.
In the context of, the set-top box is dead and all that, so how do you channel surf an Apple TV?
Well, no, I'm just saying that's one aspect. Maybe you're also having an over-the-air broadcast antenna as well for local.
And how do you control your internet delivery to that so that you don't get, Sling TV is great except when it freezes and has to recycle.
Completely.
So the set-top box offers a really robust user experience that you can't get.
Yet.
And
there's still people with rotary phones too.
What's that?
There's still people with rotary phones too.
But there's a much better user experience on the set-top box.
Agreed.
Presently, but things are changing quickly. Wouldn't you not agree? And the recycle rate of TVs is actually accelerating.
I think just to jump in, I don't think the panel, we're not trying to necessarily take a position. We're not taking a position, but because your point's absolutely. The reason why I brought up the Sky Now service with the hybrid is that their guide was so nicely integrated that it was not 100% seamless. There was a little bit of a pause. You were switching in a different environment when you went to the OTT side, but the ability to surf exactly and then be able to somewhat seamlessly go without having to switch HDMI, open an app, it was pretty great.
And set-top box is an integrated device, so if you do all these other things,
Yeah.
you don't have a PVR. Well, you can add a PVR, you're going to keep on that. So yeah, it's another.
No, my point would be that this will all move up into a network. You're not going to have this physical piece of hardware that's going to do your DVR. You'll own that content across many hybrid TV platforms and will be able to access it. That's the way I see it working.
Yeah.
That it will never be natively sitting there localized in your living room, because you're going to want to consume it on a train, upstairs, on a boat or something.
I agree in time that will happen.
It's happening now.
It's happening now. Can you get all 4 major networks on any over-the-top service?
There's a licensing panel right down there.
It's so close. It's so close.
Yeah.
Actually, Google's really close.
I mean, I do. If the point you're making is that we're not there yet, I totally agree, and that any predictions of the imminent death of the box maybe slow them down. But yeah.
I mean, I think an analogy is to look back. It's a little more complicated because there were way more services on a set-top box. But I look at the evolution of the cell phone in the carrier market, right? You had a locked phone with a carrier deck on it and an integrated experience that was really easy to use if you like that experience. Some people like Motorola's, some people like Nokia when Nokia made phones. And then as time evolved and the people who built the better operating systems and the better user experiences on the device, that disintermediated the carrier deck from, and this is some of the same conversation we're having, where disintermediate the service provider's user interface from your experience of the device.
So the lock phone was great because every carrier would give away a phone to get you to come over.
Yeah, there's pros and cons.
So you just want free stuff, is that it? No, you're paying for that over months.
And you'll still have that option.
I have a free Nokia N70 I can give you.
I have a box of those too. Where are you going to get a SIM card?
Any takers?
It's interesting. I just maybe to add to the conversation, I feel a little conflicted because I think about a year ago the question was asked of a panel: is pay TV dead? And at the time, the context I had was my kids were still watching pay TV, but definitely it's quickly changing. My daughter now will sit on the couch with her phone in front of the TV that just is in an off position, which is interesting. But I think another interesting fact is when you get CEOs of major organizations, charter CEOs saying young people can't afford TV, Bob Iger saying the bundle is dead as we know it, right? Those are content companies that their whole business is around servicing entities. So I think there's still a lot of other dynamics on the other side that are keeping folks resonating and attached to that experience. They suggest 88% of live primetime programming happens live. It's not time shifted. I do sign up for the set-top box every year when the football season comes on, but then I just get rid of it just as quick. So I think I'm a bit torn. I think it's not dead yet, but it is happening. It's happening fast for sure.
Okay, great, excellent discussion. We could have a whole panel on just this. I want to pivot because one of the and we've really been touching on it. In fact, this last thread leads into it. I want to give Josette a chance to share for a few minutes some recent study, very recent study, and the purpose of this is. We can talk about all these amazing things that we can do technically, and the fact that TVs are getting more powerful and they'll run all kinds of cool apps and all this. But at the end of the day, the business model and the licensing and really more the business model, particularly with advertising. If we completely disrupt the business, then you don't have a business, and you can have a lot of cool technology. And so Josette has done, particularly with millennials, some excellent research that I'll let her share some highlights of around attitudes of advertising and what that means, because this plays right into economics. At the end of the day, we have to make money.
So thank you, Mark. So I promise not to monopolize the conversation around this, so I will just share a few high-level tidbits of a very long, protracted research project that we undertook last summer with our MBA students at the Marshall School of Business. So it was entitled Millennials on Millennials, and we are about to read out some of the findings to our sponsors finally. And basically, those were older millennials because we had previously identified the sweet spot, for instance, for the growth of mobile video, to be individuals between 25 years old and 35 years old. So the older millennials, not the younger ones, okay. So that was just, so that is a demographic that our MVPD clients really look to for the future of their businesses. So we were told that the broadcast and cable TV, to the points made on the panel earlier, were mainly used by these demographics, by these students, who interviewed their peers, by the way, in focus groups and personal interviews. It's only used as background media to watch broadcast live sports, okay? So, and events. So, but other than that, it's background media. It's a passive medium for them. Typically, when they are tuned into that, they do other things. They communicate with friends. They use second screen, but not directly related to what they are seeing on the main screen, except if it is to bring up statistics about players, if they are watching a sporting event. So OTT for them is becoming the prime way that they are actually consuming video. And for that, of course, they expect the advertising to be very different on streaming media than it is on broadcast TV. Their tolerance for ads on broadcast cable TV is higher because they tend to ignore the ads. I mean, they use it as a scheduled time to do other things. And that breaks the experience for them, which is considered a no-no. In terms of what were the points that they disliked the most about advertising, about the current state of advertising across video services, they detested cheesy ads that were in poor taste, that were offensive because they portrayed women poorly or minorities poorly, for instance. They did not like ads that were sloppily executed because they felt that the brand owner did not care enough to actually produce something engaging. They did not like ads that specifically addressed the virtues of a particular product. But instead, they preferred the ads that connected users to the value of the brand, the values embodied by the brand. I'm thinking Red Bull, for instance, being very innovative in that regard, okay? Now, what resonated conversely were ads that really engaged them on the emotional level, you know, featuring cute animals, for instance, puppies, or ads that were funny. Most importantly, ads that did not disrupt the viewing experience. So that goes towards consolidating greatly that dynamic digital ad insertion will be favored going forward if it is in fact driven by algorithms that know what they're doing and you know, insert an ad that is in fact in tune with the context, which remains to be seen because that is not really the case right now. So millennials, also those millennials told us, we want personalized ads. We really do not like the ads that don't cater to our preferences. I mean, the media companies should know what we're watching, etc. So that part was not too surprising. We expected that. However, what we did not expect was their intense reluctance to share highly personal data. So, you know, often you hear, oh, you know, the young demographics, you know, they don't care if that data is out there. You know, they're obviously on all the social networks. And, you know, basically, give them a coupon, they'll give you their social security number. Not at all. Okay, so that was a really chilling realization for us. And that was actually an overwhelming findings that they said, okay, you know what? We will give you our information in aggregate, but we will stop sharing at a certain point, and some of them even said, we even have fake Facebook accounts that we can send you to if we don't like what you're sending us. So, that was interesting. So do personalize, but find a way of personalizing without bothering us too much. As far as social media is concerned, social media was considered effective in terms of, again, connecting to the values of the brand of the product. And it integrated the ads better with the experience. However, they told us that they seldom buy based on the ads that they were pushed their way via social media. So there is also a disconnect there. Okay, there's more tolerance, but it doesn't exactly prompt a buying decision on our part. So I think I will stop there. It's just a few tidbits.
How would you summarize if somebody's sitting out here thinking about building, a next generation service? What advice would you give them based on some of your findings here in terms of monetization? Because that's what we're talking about is.
Okay, so the ads that you're offering in your stream have to be consistent with the content that you're offering. Okay, so there has to be a direct correlation between the content, whether it's dynamic ad insertion or whether the ad is native. For instance, whether the advertiser has actually sponsored a particular show and you just happen to see their brand as product placement. That's also acceptable to our millennials. Make the ad short. Make them entertaining, make them engaging. Okay, and do not commit the mortal sin of disconnecting them from the screen that they are showing, because otherwise they're not going to return to it. Their tolerance is very low for that.
I think another point which is related to that and the notion of measurement is measure everything. Don't measure just your content, but measure your ads. It isn't integrated. If you're running an AVOD service, which is, we haven't talked a lot about the difference between AVOD and SVOD and the value of a customer or service, but especially in an AVOD business. And if you look at the data from this past year, if you look at what happens with the Olympics and what's happening with the NFL right now, they are going to start building AVOD businesses that are standalone and purpose-built for the internet because people are watching less traditional linear TV. I mean, the ratings were down on both of two of the most important sporting events we know of, right? So now with AVOD, what's unique and an opportunity in internet is you can actually now measure everything. You don't have to have a Nielsen panel. You don't have to necessarily just do surveys. Those surveys are great to get directional information, but you can actually measure those ads and understand, are they contextually relevant to that content? Because that contextual relevance is actually personal. It's not necessarily, oh, this is a sporting event, so it should be a Nike ad, right? It really is the person, and you have the opportunity in a service to measure all of that. And there's enough data processing and enough data capabilities that you can actually personalize ad experiences with dynamic ad insertion and understand different types of categorical ads that work for different demographics and different audience members in different content genres. And that's really the great opportunity of the internet and advertising. And then the last soapbox opinion thing is advertising has got to change, right? Because we can stop and skip and change things. And so the traditional ad pod, sequence of ads in a linear-like stream, it's going to have to change over time. Now, where is it going to go? Is it going to go more native or more product placement based? Who knows? But it will change. Using the data that we can get out of the current model we have, we can learn new ways and think about new ways to change advertising.
So Daniel, I know you have some experience with this from Crackle, and not to pull you back to Crackle, but can you add some insights?
Again, I think that was a great summation, and what I was thinking about when he was talking about that was, that's great. What am I going to do when I've managed to persuade an advertiser to give me $500,000 and their product is arguably not contextually relevant to anything that I have?
They're going to want to know. They'll want to know not to run that ad anymore.
I know,
you have
but
to have significant inventories for that, any kind of dynamic ad to work.
And I feel like even some of the very big providers have problems with getting that level of
Maybe you
inventory.
can give context for the audience, because I think we know what you're saying, but explain this and
so when I was at Sony Pictures running the technology for the Crackle platform, we had a very good, very sizable ad business, but there was always a tension between the product guys going, these ads suck and they're annoying and this is stupid, and the ad sales guys, no offense to anyone in the room, saying, you know, we've signed this deal, we have to run this many impressions by the end of the month. So, I mean, fundamentally, that's it.
Yeah. And it was hard to sell.
And it was,
So that's what will change.
Thank goodness
So
for HTML5.
Those period-based insertion orders will evolve. They'll change. We'll stop.
And as usage grows on the platform, because what Daniel just touched on is part of the issue was, and Crackle is has a lot of users, but if there's not enough viewings, that ad, like you say, it has to be X number by the end of the month, and you have to serve it. So
we would
that
look
means
at competitors that had much more traffic, and we would see the same ad coming
that's
back
right,
around
absolutely.
again and again.
So it explains why if you watch AVOD services and you always see whoever, the same ad over and over, the exact same ad, and you're saying, don't these people have it together? They do. It's just they have to sell that ad. They have to run it.
Or they have a slot open that they can't fill, and they
and that advertiser keeps buying it. That's correct. Okay, so we have 20 minutes left here, and what I want to do is I do want to leave 5 or 6 minutes at the end for some questions. I assume that maybe you've been taking some notes, saying, "Hey, I want to ask the panel." So we will get to questions, give you an opportunity there. But I'd like to talk just a little bit about technology. We've had a wonderful sort of business model discussion and talking about some more general aspects. But we're talking about the mobile, kind of a mobile first world, which is one scenario that we're laying out here as we're all talking about how consumers are consuming more and more content on a mobile device. Now that may be a tablet, it may even be a tablet in a home, but the point is it's a small screen. It's not the main screen hanging on the wall. So I'm curious to get some reaction and commentary on what about HDR and 4K, better experiences. How does all that fit in a mobile first world, or in an app world?
Has anybody ever used screen mirroring? Does anybody? It's okay. Isn't that almost the ultimate of taking the mobile experience and putting it on a big screen? I mean, that's a.
Can you repeat that again?
Screen mirroring, where you take your phone and you marry it to a large HD.
It's like casting.
I would like to tell you something. I'm the chairman and CEO of Acumen Technologies. I'm the one who invented the projector phone technology.
Okay.
That is like far more superior to screen mirroring.
Okay. In what sense?
Project content anywhere, anytime, any place.
What if my TV's already taken up all that space on the wall? Oh. I was going to say, here's another panel. Well, I think what I was trying to make a point was that there's going to be different new ways of consumption. But if my 70 inch is taking up most of my wall space, then I don't have any place to project that, do I?
You're from Nokia, right?
Yes.
Your head of innovation, you should ask her about this.
Okay. We talk almost every morning.
So I guess where I was going with the question was a little more. Does the panel feel that HDR and UHD is going to drive, maybe even some might argue prop up the premium side of the business, or how's the consumer feel?
I think there's still a bit of room to grow, right? I think the interesting point, kind of sitting as an exchange in some respects, like we are between content providers and video distributors, is that it's got to be positive demand on both sides. Content providers got to create that content. Video distributors have to enable experiences to be able to distribute that. So there's still, I think, some room for growth, but my sense is at some point there's some diminishing returns, right? How many pixels can the eye see at some point, right? But there's definitely some room to grow, though.
Yeah, we won't get into that argument. Are more pixels actually better?
That resonates for me because I get asked a lot of times, do you guys support 4K? Could I launch a 4K service? Okay, when are you actually going to launch it? And I don't see the money where the mouth is on some of those technologies yet.
In most of our publishers, they're capturing in 4K. A lot of them are capturing natively in 4K, and then they're just downcoding for distribution. So original assets are stored and captured in 4K, but yeah, most of the networks, most of the devices, you don't need a 4K stream to any phone on the planet today. I mean, you won't be able to visually tell. that that's a 4K stream. But a 70-inch TV in your living room, you can tell that's a 4K stream. So in some cases, 4K makes sense. In some cases, it doesn't. But it will get captured. And the majority of video capture will always be done at the highest resolution possible. And then it'll be variable bitrate distributed.
And that's why it's kind of a nice thing to every once in a while watch a sporting event on your UHD, aerial, for that uncompressed look at a football game, let's say. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah,
you can actually see it. Colors kind of pop a little bit more.
So what is and this one I'm going to tee up for Ed, and then let the rest of you comment, because this runs right into the center of what Conviva does. Curious if you can tell us, Ed, based on some of your latest findings, what is the impact of streaming quality on user engagement, and which translates to ARPU and other metrics that we would be interested in?
It's very variable. Right? It's very variable based on the service type, the device type, the content type. Like I said earlier, in some cases, consumers will suffer some buffering. I mean, there's a great Ericsson study out that shows that that buffering symbol, they did a study and they showed the buffering symbol to people, and then they showed them horror films, and their heart rate went up higher on the buffering symbol than it did in a horror film. So we have been conditioned to really dislike that
genre.
Exactly. It's a new Friday the 13th theme. Yeah. Just wear the buffering symbol. That's the new Halloween costume this year. But in some cases we're more accepting of that in certain contexts. And our study showed that in live sports out of home, you're more willing to put up with the buffering symbol than in home, right? But the real answer there is you as a service provider need to measure it. It's very dependent on time of day and content type. There is no formula across all of our service providers. We have over 80 different premium providers globally using our service to measure streaming quality, and they all have a different model, and they all have a different way they manage and set alerts. Now, there certainly are benchmarks you can use, and you should try to benchmark your service, but also those benchmarks are very geographically sensitive. So when HBO rolled out a service in the Nordics, their benchmarks were very different than they were in the US, because that culture has different sensitivity to different types. So you need to benchmark and understand how you can compare, but you in the end, you just need to measure. And you need to measure, and then you need to look and correlate or connect those experience metrics to engagement metrics. How long did I watch? And if you have enough data, which if you have a reasonable sized service, then you don't need an answer. You can look and see forward level indicators to say, oh, if streaming quality drops below X and buffering rate goes here, I'm going to see an engagement drop within 30 minutes. It's like measuring advertising. You can correlate this in real time and make real time decisions about how you provision your network, what you do in your player, whether you use a different CDN or not. These are all decisions you can make in real time based on the data, but it's very dynamic. It's also very variable in the state of the internet at any given moment. That's also what's very different about running an OTT service is what's happening in San Francisco is different from what's happening in LA, just because of the level of traffic in those areas across different peering points. So it's a much more complex environment that requires constant measurement and constant diligence into what's happening on your service.
Very interesting, and I think you addressed this, but
yes.
Yes, it does matter.
Question again?
Is there any difference between live OTT, from the consumer perspective, the consumer willingness to put up with some of the, whether it's rebuffering or whatever, live OTT compared to VOD? Now, you mentioned sports; they seem to be, but I don't know if that's a function of they're out of home. It's the only
that was out of
chance
home.
they
In-home,
have.
in-home, they're very insensitive.
They're
to
very-
it.
yeah,
very
yeah.
insensitive to it. But
Yeah.
I'll make a meta comment about that and let other people talk. Is that on demand, Game of Thrones is a live sport event.
Yes.
There are more people dialing into that thing on a Sunday evening when it's on than most other sporting events. So, very popular. Video on demand can be thought of as a live event. So our definitions of what's live and what's on demand are also going to have to change.
Yeah, those debates. you know, the people, those ratings were good. And
What debates?
Oh.
Just two people.
Knuckleheads there spouting off like this panel.
It's interesting because one of our more popular services is something we call Live Divide, where we capture live programming, turn it into an on-demand asset, and can deliver it out to our entire network in under 3 hours. So I think from a consumer standpoint, they, you know, with the exception of probably sports and news and things like that, the quest for them is how quickly can you turn that live asset into an on-demand asset that I can then control my viewing experience. So I think that's the important element here.
Very interesting. Okay. What technologies are going to be critical, you know, as we shift from managed networks to the open internet? And, you know, I'm thinking obviously there's video compression, more efficient, you know, HEVC just as an example, but there's other things.
That's not
What's
important.
the panel's thinking around, you know, as we move from these closed, whether it's cable network, satellite to OTT, what technologies?
5G, fiber. You know, you're going to be pushing a lot of ones and O's, and it's not just broadcast TV. To go back to what we said about TVs being used for other purposes, you right now have, with the millennial, or just past that, the first whole generation, and I've said this before in panels here, whose entire life is digitized, from when they're in the womb with a sonogram, to every financial record, to every picture of their friends, to every show they might have bought, music that they downloaded, all has to go somewhere for a change, be reliably stored twice at least, and then has to be delivered without any kind of good algorithm on what is a picture of you on your bike at 6-year-old the same as a picture of your wedding? Well, Google's working on knowing that because there's going to be a funding methodology for that data that's terabytes and terabytes by the time you're 50. It has to be stored someplace and has to be reliably delivered. And where are you going to deliver it? Where you can see it best? Perhaps on connected TVs in the home, tablets, and in your car. You know, connected cars is a big thing I'm working on now. So the 5G and the fiber that connects those towers, because just because it can get to the tower doesn't mean it goes anywhere, to these big back ends of level 3s and AT&Ts.
To implement 5G, can they salvage the existing infrastructure like Verizon, T-Mobile?
Well, yeah, 5G inside the standard will have legacies for 4G. Not so much 3G, because I want that spectrum, and so there's going to be some turn-offs of these legacy systems, but that is not the technology I think he was caring about.
Yeah, I think the interesting technology is, you know, somebody in the audience mentioned about set-top box, and the quality of experience is very tough to replicate. And there's companies out there attempting to solve this now. In the case of like an Aspera with file delivery, leveraging the internet, which is the Wild West, and attempting to turn that into a managed network, right? Same company, you know, similar companies are attempting to do that with the live viewing experience. How do you create managed networks out of the open internet? I think that's where it gets interesting.
So it's a great time for CDNs, reinvented CDNs, and a fabulous time for data center providers.
Right, because that's the biggest anti-churn protection of anything. Once you've loaded all that into something, you're never going to move it. It's too big. Right. It's too cumbersome. So you can actually own people for the rest of their lives.
It could be a good time for CDNs, or it could be a time where disruption caused by near-field communication between devices, peer-to-peer technologies. I think there are forces pushing in either direction.
I think it's interesting. You know, in my notes here, I even wrote down, you know, like caching solutions, and you've got now more. I heard earlier this year a very interesting presentation that the CDN business is greatly under pressure because, and Daniel, you would know about this too, not because you guys own, operate a CDN, but your former life, et cetera, is a lot of services are building. They're able to build their own CDN. They're adopting peer-to-peer. Look at what Netflix is doing, dropping, you know, and they had to work really hard with Open Connect, and it was rejected for years. But now they're in all the data centers, and you know, it's the good news is now if you're in the CDN business, you know, it's not so good. As a consumer, though, the quality of experience has improved. And they're in control of it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the stuff that I'm really interested in at the moment is specifically tied to live events and how we can reduce latency and cut out that 30-second gap that HLS has introduced so that if you're watching the event on your phone, you see the goal 30 seconds later than your neighbor did on traditional TV. So I'm kind of interested in those over UDP solutions that utilize UDP. Sometimes they have a P2P component. I'm always wondering if, you know, just like VR, you thought it was coming 20 years ago with Lanier, and then it came around, and finally it's here. I wonder if P2P will eventually get to that place where
3D, it's going to be big.
Yeah, that one
It's
didn't,
going to
I
be
guess.
big, yes.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
That's another edition.
Okay, so we have about 6 minutes left, and I said I wanted to open it up for questions. If there are any questions, now's the time.
We answered everything, great.
Wow. Okay, yes.
Good afternoon. You mentioned 4K kind of as operating and adjusting 4K kind of the native level. UHD is one level above 4K, correct?
No, that's the same. There's Ultra UHD, which will be the 8K.
Right. I meant ultra.
They're all brands, by the way.
Pardon me?
They're just brands. Doesn't mean you're going to see 8K.
I just wanted to kind of get a sense of like the state of the union where things are with 4K and that next level of ultra.
You know what, a great rule of thumb for televisions and their generational things is when you go to Best Buy and you see a really scorching deal on a HD TV, you know that standard is obsolete. So when you can buy a 40-inch for $299, they're getting rid of them.
Yeah.
Because the demand is probably not going to be there.
Yeah, I think maybe one data point as well is, I mentioned that you have to have content providers that create that content, video distributors that can help play that out.
Yeah.
We're starting to see our first demand for 4K packages that we offer. So, you know, it's definitely, the demand is starting to come, and we do offer 4K packages of content as well today.
So, final comment, I think an answer to your question is the screens, we're now in a situation where the screens are basically out there. There's sufficient, you know, there's always a chicken and the egg. So you can create content, but if nobody can watch it. We actually are in kind of an interesting situation, and we just do not have time to go into why. And I see some content owners in the room who could really go into the details of why. But the playback ecosystem is there in terms of screens in the consumer's home. There's sufficient penetration. People can watch 4K. The content, and for the most part, you can stream it and deliver it, for the most part. But there's some licensing issues around some technology standards. There's some reasons why it's not. You know, the content isn't flowing, isn't streaming widely yet, but it will be. It will be. Yes.
So comment simple, sorry.
We'll take this gentleman and then.
Simple question, is delivered by satellite dead or is it still got life in it years to come?
No, the delivery by satellite's not dead because of the distances and the variety that they can put down. So. Well, there's fat pipe, but it's also that when you think of the distances involved in emerging markets especially, you know, that's a content dream box for these guys because they want to sell into those markets as they come online. So no, satellite's not dead. Although some of the birds are dying, and that's expensive to put those up. But you know, SpaceX, there's another, to give Victor a plug, he's going to have at the CES a thing about space and content. At the CES show, he's going to have panels on that where you can come visit that one.
Okay, yes.
So there was a comment early on about how great the X1 platform was when it was better than we were told that set-top's dead. And another comment was made about how can you charge an advertiser so much money, you don't know that the ads are relevant and whatever delivery mechanism there is. What we didn't really talk about today was personalization. Regardless of the device that I'm going to watch my content on, so that you don't run into an effect where I'm seeing stuff I don't care about, where is the technology now, whatever the delivery mechanism is, to make sure if I do have to watch 30 seconds, that I'm seeing something that I care about?
It's still very early days. The data is being collected to make that possible. The processing and correlation of that data in real time to the let's say a server-side dynamic ad insertion capabilities, such as VDMS has, that's not there in that time frame, right? Because we're talking milliseconds of latency that stuff has to happen. So that sort of personalization in real time of dynamic ads in the stream is still a ways away. But that said, you can do it categorically, which is better than what we do in traditional linear advertising today, which is by demo, right? And you just get put in a demo, and based on what you're watching, we can create categories of viewers now that are much more fine-grained, fashionista or whatever you want to call it, and you can get very personalized ad experiences within that category.
And I think it's also important to note that it's not just the technology structures in place, it's the business structures.
Yeah, they don't buy like that.
Yeah, they don't buy like that. They're not ready to, hey, if I have a movie that has a sailing scene, wouldn't it be cool if we sold sailing-related products? It's just, agencies don't buy on that level of...
Yeah, because they can't sit there and wait for that scene to come up in the inventory, right?
Yeah.
Production-wise.
And then just, I guess programmatic ad sales are supposed to...
We did touch personalization when we talked about the
yeah.
Netflix and Xvideo X1 and all that. But from the ad business, the inventories are nowhere near where they need to be. But luckily with HTML5 and things like that, you can make it once and deliver it 5 times, which they didn't used to be able to do that. And that was the original killer for that.
Okay, so,
I have a very important question.
okay,
Verizon
1 minute.
Verizon also for 40. Do you feel that when you're delivering your content and all that, that devices are a big stumbling block for you to deliver content? Devices in consumers' hands. Do you feel that is a big stumbling block for you?
One of the platforms that I manage is the Uplink platform, and we've standardized around HLS, and we've provided SDKs to enable you to play video on devices that do not natively support HLS, like old Android devices. So, I don't know if I'd use the word stumbling block. It is an obstacle. We're hoping MPEG-Dash gets us somewhere in that direction, but then Apple doesn't fully support Dash. But now there's this CMAF thing that's supposed to provide interoperability between fragmented MP4 and HLS. So yeah, it's one of the challenges to be addressed.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's definitely a challenge, but I think it's getting easier. Common encryption at some point will hit the market, but we're leveraging technology like just-in-time encryption, just-in-time packaging, so we can store once, service many. But you still definitely have those edge cases with a random DRM and a random device you've got to target. But it's heading in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, great point. DRM is yet another.
Yeah.
Another orthogonal
News. Hey, that is an awesome way to end. That I love it.
Great ending.
That was on cue. All right, please join me in thanking the
Thanks
panel.
for playing.
Very well done. Very well done. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like, there's one more, maybe you want to take that one down there?
Hi. Hey, how are you, sweetie? It's a blazer you have on.
It's
a blazer.
This
is amazing.
Thank you.
It's a blazer.
Anybody like from Geffen or from any of those schools? Maybe Geffen's not the right one.
To catch up with vision, so I need to find my...
I didn't realize I wasn't following you on Twitter till today. How crazy was
Yeah.
Did you see me pop up? I was like,
I'm not doing anything yet. I'm working
No.
on my Twitter.
No.
Right?
And did you see last Friday?
I know, I didn't go. I missed you. I should have gone.
Well, I mean,
But
I just got here.
I need to get you on my side.
I really wish it was still in that Ritz-Carlton. I just loved having the pool parties in the evening and Ubering down the street for $4. You know, it's just coming up here is really like you have to really think it out.
Yes, so that seems like that's where you would need to go.
Sorry.
You gotta go
Hi.
get into those
Good to see
companies.
you.
Right.
Yeah, that's me.
Good to see you too.
Ooh, you know I love that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we have room right here.
Unfortunately,
Come sit with me.
So you and I were going to talk about info products.
Yeah, I mean,
that's good.
We should get together
that's
sometime.
where I started. Huh?
You know, but
I know. You're telling me about that.
I have zero bandwidth.
Don't worry about
And
it.
I'm going to New York. But after,
Yeah, when
I need to get that.
All right.
I know you told me about that company. That sounds so exciting. Yeah.
Humorous peacemaker. I love it.
because
Yeah, you have no Urama's fault. Urama's fault.
It is. It's beyond.
Or
I'm
you still
overrun.
live
I'm
in
over. I'm not.
Oh, you haven't launched yet?
Overrammed?
Yes, but it's okay. I mean, I know where the good news is I'm around. So I can still
So
find
we have a conference coming up on November 10th called Big Data.
Well, do something. Go get a
So
massage.
this is all
Yeah,
about what this is. All right, so let me,
and I'm going to, yeah.
okay, so let me see what I can do.
No, but I've seen you on Facebook.
It's expensive to come to
there, but I was there for
I'll try to get you.
Yeah, well, of course, but
Send me an email.
at least I feel like I
They
can
were
kind of
supposed to
do
play
it.
last night. Mick Jagger saw laryngitis. So they canceled Wednesday. But they didn't cancel Saturday.
What's your name?
Erin.
I'm Ann. Right.
Stewart's on the Idaho House of
I know you told us.
I don't know.
Everybody look this way. Ladies, look this way. Ladies. Trent. Look this way. Hey. Lean in. Give it to me. Give me grip. Okay.
Did you get it?
I got it.
The audience.
Did you get it?
I got it.
There was a bar in the back when we
Great.
I know this is going to be very personal.
Very personal.
It's just going to be a chat amongst us.
I feel like we are in AA.
It's you. Yes.
Oh,
And I need to divulge something
that's-
that I've
she's-
done that is made me a nasty woman.
By any other name.
Would this smell as
Where's the women?
would be
very
as
witty.
nasty
Yeah, where are all
woman.
those women?
Each once.
I mean, if I was a guy, I'd want to be in here thinking there'd
Well,
be
yeah,
all
but
women.
there's cocktails. It's like we don't have cocktails.
We're
like
competing with
we
alcohol.
would literally have to have food.
We just need to bring
over
the
there,
here,
like mini hot dogs or sausages that would be over there. That would then they got the beer and then they need to.
They just closed the bar.
Oh.
They just closed
Now
it.
all we need is little wieners over there, and then they'll come.
Little wieners?
Yeah,
You can have a
little
wiener.
pocket wieners.
I'm going to pass.
You know what, I'm gonna have, is there
Hello.
I'm good, thank you.
I keep looking.
Hello, everybody.
Google to see if I can
You, the hardy, the few, the hungry.
The proud. Yeah.
The warriors. The warriors. Yeah.
Yeah, let's have another cheer because that
Yeah, every
actually brought
time
some
we
people
say
in.
that
So
word, just take a turn.
let's have a cheer for last night's debate. All right. Let's have a cheer for nasty women. All right. So my name is Lori H. Schwartz. I work for myself, a company called Storytech, and I have a podcast which I'd love for you all to listen to called The Tech Cat Show, where I talk about technology trends. And part of my fabulous honor, often in having a podcast and also just being an industry consultant between brands, media companies, and technology companies, is meeting all these fabulous people who are doing cutting edge stuff in their categories. And so tonight, as part of the Women's Summit, I have gathered together a bunch of women that are all leading in different categories in the tech, media, and entertainment space to just share with you some of the stories of their careers. And yeah, we're going to dig into this gender issue, but this is not a session to bitch about money or things like that. This is really to just get into the stories that are surrounding us and what is our history with gender issues and where do we all see it going, but in a positive framed way. So although we are nasty women,
Yes, we're very nasty.
we're all very powerful. So my hope is that you learn some great things from hearing these women's stories. So what we're going to do...
I don't even think we're wearing underwear.
Yeah. No, and that was a prerequisite. What we're going to do is just go down the line. And these are all women who are leading their categories in the things that they're doing. So I'm going to go down the line, and I want you to introduce yourselves and just talk about your specialty in a few sentences, just so they can all learn about you.
Well, I started in a small town in Raytown. Oh, no.
Different panel.
I am Amber J. Lawson. I'm the founder and CEO of Good Amplified. And I had an aha moment when I was running all the content at AOL that what's the end game of that? And the next viral video, the next brand deal. As much as I love creating content and leveraging technology across platforms, I thought, what if we could do that for good to have an impact on the planet? So I created an organization called Comedy Gives Back, where we do big comedy events around the planet across platforms that raise money for different charities. But that wasn't big enough. So I wanted to do good at scale. And so I said, there's this platform called YouTube that's the second largest search engine on the planet, owned by the number one. And so we created Good Amplified, and we help nonprofits on YouTube. So we're the social good experts across platforms.
Fantastic. Lovely Ann?
So, hi everybody, I'm Ann Greenberg. I'm best known for founding Gracenote, the largest entertainment data company in the world, which is based on metadata, which enables search and discovery in companies like Google and Facebook and YouTube. But now I'm working on the next level of granularity in data, which I call micro metadata, and that enables creation. And so my work is at the confluence of AR, VR, MR, AI, and blockchain, which is the data infrastructure underlying Bitcoin. So we're really looking at what I'm all about is what I call democratic cinema and deeply participatory forms of entertainment and experiential forms of entertainment. And what I am passionate about is the major market shift from consumption to creation.
I have my own, thank you.
Lovely Erin.
Hi, Erin Kapczynski, and my specialty is digital marketing in the media and advertising space. And I've worked with different size companies from $1 billion right down to startups. For example, I ran marketing for a tech startup in the digital video space, and it sold to a WPP. And most recently, I've been working with content companies such as Demand Media, most recently Perch, where I led all marketing for them, including PR, social media strategy, customer acquisition, but mostly I would say branding and positioning the company and telling the company's story and what how they serve their customers. And after I left, which was very recently, I'm now doing similar things for technology startups in the LA area.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Melinda Moore, and I am a social entrepreneur. So I've had 2 exits. The last company that I had was called Loving Eco, so I encouraged women to vote with their wallet for ecologically conscious products and then gave back to charity. And I sold that to John Paul DeJorio, the billionaire that runs Paul Mitchell and Patron, actually. And most recently, I've been very passionate about crowdfunding. So I wrote the book, Later. Hello. I wrote the book, How to Raise Money, The Ultimate Guide to Crowdfunding, which is available on Amazon. And I've raised over $100 million through equity crowdfunding. Actually crowdfunding is set to surpass venture capital this year. Last year was a $40 billion business, and it's literally doubled consecutively for the last 5 years. So my passion right now is getting entrepreneurs access to capital primarily through crowdfunding.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julie Spira. I have always been a serial entrepreneur. I think it's part of my type A personality. And I presently am the CEO and founder of Cyber Dating Expert. And I've taken two things that I love very much. One is love and one is technology. And I've married the two of them. And I coach singles on how to find love on the internet. And how I got there was I wrote a book, my own personal tell-all heartbreak book that had a happy ending, and it became a bestseller. So I leveraged this book and kind of took it into a multimedia fashion to see how I can help others by, basically by my experiences. So that's been really a lot of fun. Way back when, I've been in the digital space for 30 years now. I started as an on-air personality and became a network executive at a very young age, only woman there in that role. And it's been a lot of fun, but we basically were in the digital space because we were providing high-speed digital satellite radio around the country before anyone had ever even thought about a Sirius or an XM. Nice to be here.
I'm Dea Lawrence, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Variety. And in that role, I oversee all PR and communications. We produce over 50 events and summits throughout the year, and my team does all the production and marketing on that. I also create all the sales programs. We have a custom content, branded content division, which I also oversee. And this is my second time at Variety. I shifted gears and I ran sales teams in ad tech for 9 years, and prior to that I was at Variety for 7 years running their digital business, and I used to be an actor, like probably about 75% of the people here. So I was an actor in New York. I toured with a Broadway show and starred in a couple of off-Broadway shows and did commercials and TV. And now I market.
All right, last but not least. So Lori, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I'm Shireen Laoraz Salamnia. I'm the founder of Playworks and Whiz Girls Academy. I'm also a gamer. Do I look like a gamer? Wow, thank you. Yeah, that's the biggest yeah I've ever heard. So I started Playworks. It's an ed tech gaming startup, and Whiz Girls Academy is where we teach gamification and project-based learning with digital and tech literacy. We do hackathons with the mayor's office and the White House. And if that wasn't enough, I also do, I teach tech for social impact at USC's engineering school, Viterbi. And it's a pleasure to be here again. Thank you.
Fantastic. So as you can see, each of these ladies has tackled a category in our industry and has really risen to the top. So the first question I want to lob out to you guys, whoever wants to jump in on this, because this is a panel about gender equality, is when is the first time really, truly, and not, it doesn't have to be, a bad story, but where did you feel like you were being judged because of your gender, and then did it impact the situation? Let's just get it out there. Was there a moment? Are there constant moments? Like, when did it happen? Melinda?
I'll chime in really quickly. So I had a company called Loving Eco, and it was essentially a green guild just before Jessica Alba launched The Honest Company. And my cohort analysis and all of my KPIs and the growth of the company was actually phenomenal, but I had to go to Sand Hill Road to basically sell in the concept of raising not my
Silicon
seed round.
Valley basically.
Right, so my Series A. And when I was explaining natural products and environmental issues, it really was as if I was speaking another language. Like, I could have been speaking Mandarin. And so they kind of thought, oh, well, natural products, that's cute. And I would roll off the $1 billion that the natural beauty industry would make. And granted, I'm not Jessica Alba, but I definitely, at the point too, was not able to raise the Series A, which I wanted to raise, and I should have been able to raise based on the numbers of the business. And I ended up, obviously, selling the company to John Paul DeJorio, so I got lucky that he was offering, he was competing with me in the space, but we were actually crushing him, so he ended up purchasing the company. But that led me to turn this into a positive story, is that what it led me to understand is there's less than 8% of venture capitalists that are women. And so if we want to change the way that women can get funded, we need to do it in a new way, which is why I literally wrote the book, How to Raise Money, The Ultimate Guide to Crowdfunding, which empowers anybody to be able to raise money if they kind of follow the instructions of how it is done, and it's not easy. But now over 60% of the businesses that are funded on Kickstarter are women-funded businesses, and we are starting to see dramatic changes in the way that money is flowing from men and women over to women-owned businesses, and women-owned businesses are actually, the S&P 500 shows that they're running them more efficiently, they're making more money, and there's a real opportunity. So I think there's this phenomenal positive shift going over to women-owned businesses, and using crowdfunding, whether it's rewards or equity, is starting to empower more minority and female business owners.
I have an example. So being kind of the in marketing leadership, I find myself consistently in the room with the executive team in the tech space, and I'm inevitably the only female consistently in these meetings. And what I found was, in one of the companies, this was ad tech in particular, the leadership liked to play golf. And what I found as well is that so we would meet on something, and then the next time there was a meeting, it felt like a lot of the issues that were unresolved before somehow got resolved. And I didn't play golf at the time, so I got myself some lessons, invested in that, and I started to come play golf and to be part of the decision-making process and to be part of the narrative.
That's smart, yeah.
Dee?
Yeah, so I also worked in the ad tech space, and I always felt that I was very fortunate that I've had a lot of mentors, a lot of male mentors. I always thought that somehow I have the problem of equal pay for women has somehow eluded me, because I knew that in some of my jobs I was actually making more money than some of the men, and I thought, wow, aren't I so fortunate and blessed? And I never really believed the glass ceiling existed until I smashed right into it in Silicon Valley. So I think that I worked for two companies where I was the only female executive, where it was so apparent to me that I was being cut out of conversations. And when this happens, and it's never happened to you before, you're kind of unnerved by it, because you can't really, at least I couldn't really believe this was happening. I kept thinking, well, there must be something about me. I'm not fitting in here. And then I started talking to some of the other females at this organization that had, more junior roles, and hearing about them crying in the bathroom and hearing about all these things that are really going on. And that is when I decided I was going to go back to Variety and work with a female team. So right now, nothing against men, but pretty much all the women, the people in senior positions at Variety, we're all women.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna add.
Yeah,
so
you're
gaming.
Gaming. I mean,
Yeah,
you're in
that's-
gaming.
I
Dear
wanted
Lord.
to add to that. So the first year I went to GDC, which is the Game Developers Conference in San Francisco, I was asked if I was a booth babe and I should go X to the next place.
Were you
And
wearing like Lycra or something?
No, no, not at all. So I think it's hilarious because I grew up as a gamer in the 80s. Like, I'm the champion for Miss Pac-Man. I grew up with Atari and Nintendo. And I learned how to code after I had a dream job. So I wanted to be like Tom Hanks in the movie Big when I was a little kid. So I used to do that. I worked at Mattel and Barbie. And then Bratz, I was brand manager for Bratz as well. So I used to go to fashion shows for Bratz when I was in New York in Toy Fair. And I learned how to code when I started Playworks because I had to. So imagine I walk in and these guys are like, "Are you a booth babe?" I'm like, "No, I know how to code. And by the way, here's my card." And they're like, "Whoa, like what's that about?" Right? So I've been having fun with it. And it's a fun dance because the gaming industry is obviously predominantly male. And my specific take is we're in ed tech, so it's educational technology. We're building something really close to Carmen Sandiego back in the day, except it's STEM-based. So I totally have a blast with it. I make jokes about it because I'm like, well, there was like no lines in the bathroom at GDC for women, right?
Yeah.
Like there's like
that's the best thing about it,
right?
Yeah.
There's no issues. I mean, I walk around, I still love fashion. I still love, like, I got glitter nail polish, right? So I still love all that stuff, but I think it's really important to, like, break through the stereotype, and that's my goal because I worked on Barbie and Bratz, and, like, my goal is to break through that and be like, we can be gamers. I was a gamer in the 80s. I mean, I still am. Like, I don't know why we're pointing fingers now at girls and saying, oh, no, you shouldn't be a gamer or you shouldn't be into STEM. Like, I had computer science in my elementary school. I went to LUSD schools, and my computer science teacher was female, and we had boys and girls every single day for an hour have computer science, and that's where I had the Apple IIc green screen computer.
Oh, I had that.
I'm now really aging myself.
Yeah.
But that's where it all started, and she never pointed a finger and said, oh, you're a girl, like, you guys shouldn't do that. Like, we were all in it together, so that's my goal, to bring that back. Like, we're all in it together.
Boom. Julia?
I briefly touched on my radio DJ days, but I was probably about 20, and I got really excited because I heard that there was an opening from midnight to 6 a.m. I mean, I didn't care there was midnight to 6 a.m. I might have an opportunity to get on the air, and I loved music, and I loved radio, and it was in my heart and soul. So I put together carefully my audition tape, and I auditioned at the same time as two of my male friends to get that midnight to 6 a.m. shift. And I got it. And I got it because I worked really hard, and I just had a great voice at the time, and I just was passionate about it. And I didn't realize I was different until they told me, well, you only got it because you were a girl and you're the only token girl. I didn't even realize there weren't other women on the air. I just thought this is an opening and I want to do this. And it was my first time to really notice that, wow, okay, I've got to work 150% to be 100. I've got to sound better. I've got to be better. And weird things would happen, like the general manager would come in at night with some women, different women every day, say, hey, go play Misty for me. I mean, really weird things happen as the only female at this radio station. But I was so proud of that job, and I wanted them to hire more women. And women did get hired, but not on the air for at least another 5 years. They were in advertising because women could be copywriters then. And again, I didn't know there was anything different until they said to me, you only got it because they needed a token girl. And so I felt bad. And then I'm like, why did I feel bad? My tape was better than yours. So you get over it, and you just realize it's part of it, and you don't let it get you down. Flash forward, a couple of decades, and I was taking an internet company public, and I was the first employee, and I was executive VP of sales and marketing for .com during those days, and it was really, really exciting. And we all had our stock options, and because I was in sales, I got a percentage. So I made an okay salary until I started doing really well, and then my salary kept going up and up and up because it was on a commission basis. So when they suddenly saw that a girl is about to make $500,000 a year when the CEO is only making $100,000, we have to put a stop to it. So they capped me, and we negotiated a different deal, and we didn't go public. We had our filing. We had an S1 filing. Everything went great until it was 2000, and we waited too long, and the market crashed. But I was on the team that did the merger and acquisition. We sold for $37 million to another company, another public company, and again, I was the only woman in the executive team in the S1 filing to the SEC for this company. And to this day, I don't believe that I was the token girl. I just believe I did a great job, and I worked hard, and I was passionate about it. So that's my story.
Amber J., did you want to comment on this?
I think Ann has something to say.
Okay.
Well, I promise to try to stay positive on this panel. And we are recording this, right? So,
we are.
I'm trying to think of an example that I'm actually legally allowed to share.
Yeah.
But I've gone through so many things, it's hard to choose. From having to wear fake wedding rings so that the people that I'm both working with and internally in the company and externally, even companies I've founded weren't hitting on me, to wearing business suits with ties and essentially becoming as androgynous as I could, in order to be able to continue to seek the things I wanted to build. That's why I became an entrepreneur, was because the things I wanted to build, there was no place for me to do them, so I started companies in order to do them. To give an example, I think probably one of the most basic places where I experienced sexism is in the perceptions of people who came later into the companies or the investors into the companies who might not have realized that aside from running marketing, biz dev, pioneering all the business models, doing all of the heavy lifting with the lawyers and external business partners, I also invented this stuff. I actually architected the technology, and just because I wasn't a coder in the classic sense didn't mean that I wasn't the inventor on the core IP. Later, that became really important when I was treated badly, and the perception was it wasn't me who they needed to really respect and keep attached to that IP, but it would be my male counterpart. And that had big implications, not just for me personally, but for the company as well. And so I think I am actually really sad that we're still having these panels. I mean, I may be the oldest woman on the panel, and we're still having these panels. Like, why? 1% of venture-funded companies are led by women. 1% get funding. It's something like 10 to 14% of women in the founding group. That means they're the marketer or they're the engineer or something, but they're not the CEO. How is that possible in 2016?
So let me ask you guys this, because I think, let's just have raise your hand just in terms of what you do for a living. How many of you are in the agency, some form of ad agency? No, okay, technology company? A brand? An independent of some kind. Okay. All right, okay, great. Creators of content. Because what I think is really interesting to learn from something like this is what are some of the trends and insights that are bubbling up that will sort of power through the future? So I'm seeing, especially with the reaction to Nasty Women, with Mattel shifting its approach to Barbies, with the Supergirl and Superwomen and all the sort of Marvel characters coming out now. And look, my 7-year-old has every single, DC Comics costume now.
Wonder Woman.
She's Wonder Woman, she's Batgirl, she's Supergirl, she loves them all. So are you guys seeing any sort of positive sort of girl thing happening that's going to impact us culturally, rising out of this sort of, deplorable era?
Yes, Hillary Clinton's going to become the president. That is going to be the greatest thing that could possibly happen.
Because do you, even from where you sit, you're doing all these events, you have these events with these incredibly powerful Hollywood people. Like, are you seeing it impact the kind of content being made? Are there trends bubbling out of the entertainment industry, you think?
Well, I think that's a really great question. I think that given that it is now the 75th anniversary of Wonder Woman, and there's definitely more content being created for powerful women. But I think the question, we just actually had our Power of Women event on Friday, where we honored Ava DuVernay and Miley Cyrus and Helen Mirren and Scarlett Johansson and Laverne Cox. And the question became, what does it mean to be a powerful woman? And what does a powerful woman look like? Yeah. Even when we were planning the event, I made the decision to sort of take away flowers, and afterwards people were like, where were the flowers? It wasn't feminine enough and I think that goes with all content. It's like, what does it mean? I mean, a powerful woman looks many different ways and acts many different ways.
Right.
So.
Right. Anybody else want to? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think in the tech sector in particular, and we read so much about, Silicon Valley and how that's the boys' club, and, we read, the issues that are prevalent in the industry. And I think because there's not so much exposure there, I do see positive steps being taken and companies and the executive teams paying attention. And I see a lot more statistics out about what does it do for your business to have a female on your board? What does it do for your business to have female executive leaders? And so I do think that the awareness is there. I do think that the Ellen Pao lawsuit versus Kleiner Perkins, even though it didn't go her way, the awareness levels that brought to the industry, I feel really helped and moved the industry forward.
Well, and I would say that there is just an overall awareness that this old boys club is crashing down. You see it in media at Fox, and you see it in the presidential candidate who can touch women inappropriately, and that was just considered locker room talk. It's just not acceptable anymore. And I feel that the tide is changing, and we have to push on it, and we have to be vigilant and supportive of each other in that.
But I think women are good at that. Women really do know how. There are many, many more support groups, yours especially, for women to get together and to have business networking and camaraderie and to help support each other. Sometimes I watch women bitch and fight with each other, but at the end of the day, when we're here to support each other, I don't see men having as many networking and support groups as women have. So I encourage everyone to find one or two or three and start networking with other women and keep your femininity out there. Because I know when I first got my network job, I literally wore my hair in a bun. I lived in New York. I put my hair in a bun. I didn't want anybody to know I had long hair because I was younger and I was female. And I laugh about it now. It really didn't matter at the end of the day. It mattered what our numbers were and what our ratings were. And one day I'm like, screw this. And I came to work with leather pants on and my hair long. And a network, real old boys network. And people were shocked. I'm like, doesn't really make a difference. I'm still doing the same job. So we don't have to act like men to be successful women. We just have to be ourselves and just come out as our best self.
And what I'll say is money is power.
Thank you.
And there's definitely a shift in the next decade where there's a couple things that's occurring. So number one, there's a lot of wealthy men that are predicted to pass away, and their wives will be in control of the money.
Oh my God, I love
and that
that.
is actually very large and
who would've
substantial in
thought
terms
that?
of billions.
That's
So
awesome.
billions of dollars
We're
will be
creating a
handed
heat
to
map
women. Like,
for it.
for instance, Steve Jobs'
single men.
wife, right? Steve Jobs' wife, Melinda Gates. So there actually are going to be women that are multi-billionaires that are deciding where to put their money. That's number one, and that's huge. Number two, there is absolutely a shift which is moving from the venture capital over to crowdfunding, and crowdfunding can change the face of who gets funded, which means as women as angel investors, women as entrepreneurs need to support one another in order to change the equation, but now we have vehicles and platforms that make that possible. That's a huge second shift. And third is actually the stats, which is men and women cannot ignore that when women run businesses, their businesses are more profitable, they have better leadership styles, and the actual stats of the companies are stronger than men.
Nice. Okay, so just again, from a content creator's perspective, start to hear some of these trends. Let me just let Sharon answer, and then we'll take your question, Doll.
Yeah, so I was just at the Gina Davis Gender and Media Institute Symposium, the fourth one at Google this year. And the reason why she started is because the same thing as why I started my company. She was like watching Nick and Disney with her daughter, and like she was like, there's no powerful role models for my daughter that are female on these shows. And that's what I kept getting at work every single day. Bratz and Barbie are not positive role models for my daughter. Like, I was like, well, there's something here. So the fact that you're talking about like all these characters and Wonder Woman, there's a huge need for these powerful role model women in the media. And there's a lot happening also in the VR, AR space with women. There's a strong community there for women. So there's a lot happening. I think the important thing to remember is like we're all in this together. It's not just about women or men. I think we have to go back to what I talked about earlier, which is in my elementary school, we were boys and girls playing games, video games together. Like it wasn't like divides. I think it's really important to know and like make a point of that.
Yeah, it used to drive me crazy shopping for my 7-year-old. She loved that the dog show. No, it's the dogs that are firemen and whatever, pals, something. Paw Patrol. Paw Patrol. She loves Paw Patrol. You go and you try and find the girl dog in any toy store, and there's none.
Right.
Because they don't make as many of the girl doll, and she wanted her. That was her favorite. So to me, if I was a marketer and a content creator, I'd be saying there is a need for content in this area. My darling?
Absolutely.
This is not a question. It's a suggestion on a very small level, but I think it could make a difference.
Yeah.
I've been here for 3 days, and I've seen panels with all men and panels with all women.
Yep.
It's like segregation. Every single one of you are fascinating. So I think what you should do is say, I want to be on such and such panel for next year.
Yep.
Let's mix it up.
Yeah, so that's a great point. When we
That's a very
originally
good point.
created the Women's Summit, this was 3 or 4 years ago, there was kind of a need for our voice independently. And what we have since said to Victor is we don't need to segregate us anymore.
Yay.
So we have been having those discussions. Do we have any, and that's a great idea, do we have any more questions before we get into the next, anybody?
So many comments, I can't even do it. When I was younger, and I was the only young woman in Women in Film, the youngest, and Tisha Wilkerson Miles said, we need somebody to break through the ceiling. Well, I didn't know about the ceiling. You know, the young kids, by the way, I think are our salvation. And the young men, they aren't looking at it the way these old codgers we know look at it. Okay? So I said to her, well, I'm willing to break through the ceiling. Of course, I didn't know what she was talking about. They gave me a scholarship to USC. So I'm in there, and there's these crotchety old men, and I'm already in the film business. I'm starring on shows, doing things. And they would say things, and I go, no, that's not necessarily true. I raised enough money to produce a movie that year, and I called Tisha and said, I had to do school. So I called her, I was devastated. I didn't know what to say. I said, you know, Tisha, I can't tell you this, but I'm going to produce a movie. I have to quit school. She says, thank God, that's what we wanted you to do. In other words, she knew the dynamic. And I have to say one thing. You're talking about Miley Cyrus coming to an event. They are beyond gender. They're in a headspace we're not even talking about here. They're not in this old paradigm. I think we have to stop talking about it and dealing with younger men. These young guys, they don't.
And they're cute.
Come on. Guys, I mean, the millennials.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, am I
So we
wrong?
should all become cougars.
I think that's true.
Yeah, Dee. Go ahead, Dee.
No, I think that's true about a younger, even younger than millennials. They look at gender on a spectrum. They don't look at gender the way I did when I was growing up, where I just loved Barbie, and it's and I had a really clear image of what it meant to be feminine when I was growing up, but they look at this very, very differently, and they don't identify the same way we did. And I think that's very positive, and I think that's a positive step, because when you take gender out of the equation, that is the only time it can be truly neutral. Like when you're talking about content, even when you're watching commercials, you'll still see dishwashing liquid geared towards women, because women are still the subject of the commercial, and you can't make that neutral unless you remove gender from that conversation.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to add, I work for a digital studio. One of the few women at this time, but we're working with a lot of younger people than me, and then we'll say
Younger than you? What are they, 2? It's younger than you?
so really young millennials, right? And no, I wanted to add that indeed those guys, compared to even my generation, is already a huge difference. You know, you think my generation is still young.
Yeah.
The 25-year-olds, it's ridiculously easy to work with them.
Easy to work with them.
Well, I thought the same thing when I was.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing when I was a little bit younger than you, and I founded my first company, and I just did what I was supposed to do, and just kept going and solving every problem that came my way, and didn't really get it about the dynamics that were around me. But as an older woman looking back, I could really see them, and yeah, and.
You think the breed coming up who's maybe been raised by women that have been through it are sort of imparting a different wisdom to them? You think that's part of it, or is it just that our culture's changing?
Well, I hear them saying things like, "Oh, it doesn't exist. We're not part of. I don't call myself a feminist. In my milieu, that's not happening." And I just wonder. I really, really wonder at what point, when when they get to be of a certain age where they're not being included because of their the camaraderie. Or they're having to balance a family life and their work schedule. If they're not going to experience what I experienced, which is the same exact shift, what I will say is that I was a single mother when I founded my companies. And I think that part of what was so difficult for me was that I wasn't able to do some of the soft networking that you were referring to in terms of the golfing.
Although you had childcare.
Although in the entertainment technology space, I will say that the entertainment wasn't on the golf course; it was more like a strip club, and in which case I was actively excluded from those events, whether I could have gone to them or not.
Unless you were working that night at the. Just kidding.
Believe me, I considered it at times, but I think that what the networking. To support each other, like I watch when young founders get female founders get pushed out of companies that they've helped build. I watch them take to social network, and the social networks, and they get in front of the story. They own the story. They frame the story the way that benefits them before they can be crushed by the company and by the PR companies that are attached to those companies. And I think that's a really exciting trend, akin to the crowdfunding. It's really talking about using the technology to elevate yourself and your community.
Back to the generational piece that Lori, that you brought up, I do definitely see a trend where households are much more fluid with how and much more aware of traditional gender roles and what kinds of messages they send to their children. So for me, for example, I have an 8-year-old boy and I have a 3-year-old girl. And when my 8-year-old boy was potty training, he was dying for a pink potty. He wanted the pink one. I gave him like 5 choices. Pink one, no, that one's for me. He got the pink potty, and if he wanted to play with dolls, absolutely, explore that. My 3-year-old is a car girl, all the way, cars, airplanes. That's great. Explore that, and it's going to serve you well. And I don't think that I'm alone in thinking this way. I do. That is starting in the home and starting at a younger age with this same type of attitude.
Right, and I think we need, again, if you're a content creator, you need to understand, not only because you're moving through businesses, but if you're telling stories, this is a huge phenomena happening in our world right now, and your stories should reflect it. Did I see another hand up over there in that cluster behind the very young person? No? Okay. Did anyone want to add to that? Because I also find that when I'm a consultant, so I work with a lot of different organizations, and the younger guys just seem much more respectful in a different way than my own colleagues are.
Yeah, I mean, I'll comment and say, like, I do think that social media has changed and people coming forward in terms of what is gender, right, and this whole flexibility with gender. But I do want to say that, if you still, going back, like, I'm very much combination of creative and then, like, really looking at the data. So unfortunately, when you look at the data from the 1970s to now, women are still paid disproportionately less. So when you look at today's data, women are still paid the same disparity as they were paid in the 1970s. And it really wasn't until you started to see, unfortunately, some hacking that happened at Sony, where you see Charlize Theron, Angelina Jolie, Jennifer Lawrence, where they're literally paid 1/3 or half of their co-stars. That is actually co-star, meaning same level role, same level of lines, but they're paid far lower. So until, and I will say this because all the data also shows this, women typically do not ask for the money. We ask for less money almost always. So two things need to happen. The interesting thing with transparency and the hacking is that Jennifer Lawrence, Charlize Theron, people came forward and they actually said, we're not going to do this next movie unless you pay us the same as Bradley Cooper. And then Bradley Cooper says, yeah, we should be paid the same. So you need both sides of the equation agreeing. But you as a woman or you as a human being need to demand what your self-worth is. And if we don't demand what our self-worth is, we're not going to get it.
Amen.
The other thing, and you look at technology, is that women. I'm sorry.
No, that was good. I was like, who's talking?
No, but women were in higher numbers in technology on the coding side up until the 1970s, when so women invented coding to begin with and invented debugging, et cetera, et cetera. But when it was attached to sort of this idea of a secretarial job, women got those jobs. In the 1970s, they actively marketed coding and programming to boys via gaming, and that's when we saw the shift. But media had a tremendous influence on that. It was actively marketed to young boys. And the thing that I feel very, very strongly about is that if we're going to support young girls going into STEM, then we have to take care of the women in STEM today. And that comes with equal pay and transparency. There have been all sorts of public access lawsuits to get at what the real numbers, especially in the technology world, are in terms of equity for pay and numbers, and they're still playing around with those numbers. So an engineering department will report, for instance, a very famous socialist website, I won't name them, will report that we have 14% women in the engineering department, but that includes all of the support staff, And so you need to get a higher level of granularity. People need to be vigilant about really making this stuff transparent, and we need to support top-down, bottom-up.
So where do you go to get that information?
Google it. The journalists have been suing on behalf of everybody under this Freedom of Information Act, but there's a lot of money put into fighting it by the companies themselves.
So actually, NCWIT did a study about what tech companies and what percentages minorities and women and everything they have. So if you go on ncwit.org, I'm sure you'll find the study. And it talks about Google, it talks about Microsoft, it talks about all of the Silicon Valley tech startups and how many percentages of women and what their deal is.
I have to say, I have avoided all of that and just started my own companies, and luckily have not run in. That's not true. I ran into a glass ceiling when I went to go raise money, and so I said, I'm not raising money. I'm going to be a profitable company out of the gate, and we may not scale as fast, but I also don't have somebody with a broken mentality, at least that doesn't align with my mentality, shaping the future of my business.
And most of you have done that. Most of you have started your own companies, except for Dee, but Dee, you created a new experience for yourself because of your frustration.
Several times.
Several times, yeah.
I do think, you have an excellent point that women, I don't have child, but if I had a daughter, I would teach her how to negotiate. Because you have to learn how to negotiate for yourself. And I've hired a lot of salespeople, and when I've gotten down to negotiate with women versus negotiating with men, there is a vast difference. I had one woman say to me, my husband makes a lot of money. Great, I'll pay you less. You know, I mean, like what
Or
kind
if
of,
you can't, get a lawyer,
Yeah.
right? Like spend the money.
Yeah, get someone to
I will
negotiate
say
for
this.
you.
I ended up, sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
I ended up getting a very large offer earlier this year from a male CEO to be the CMO of his company. The offer needed to be negotiated. I hired a lawyer. I was very clear with him that my lawyer was going to represent me in the negotiation. He was not to contact me directly. This was a business matter, and that was going to be negotiated. The male CEO tried to lecture my female lawyer about how to be a lawyer while not being a lawyer, totally blew up the deal.
And are you glad you found out early?
Oh, well, of course. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that actually at that level, you really shouldn't be negotiating your own deal. Somebody should be representing
Correct.
you and negotiating the deal.
That's right.
But the man or woman on the other side needs to listen to the lawyer. I mean, it was absurd. And so the CEO lost. I turned down the opportunity.
Right.
And it was the most money I've ever been offered, ever, like hands down. But I had no problem turning it down because it was just a symbol of how he was going to treat me in the relationship. But I will say this again, like all of the data definitively shows that women do not, on two levels, when they're negotiating their own deals, they don't ask for enough money. When they're raising money, they also ask for less money. And honestly, the number one reason why companies fail is they don't have enough money, which means if women want to be very successful, you need to ask for more money. Whether you're making a film, whether you're starting a company, whatever you're doing, it's like construction. Double the time, double the money.
Right. Also, know how much money you make. So I was negotiating with another salesperson, a top salesperson at a very good company, said to me, I have to ask my husband what my base is. And this only happened a few years ago, and I could not believe it. I mean, it's not 1965, and then I started questioning, why am I hiring her?
Yeah.
She can't negotiate
Think
for
for
herself.
herself,
How is
yeah.
she going to negotiate
Everything you.
sales deals for us?
Exactly for you.
So, and getting someone to negotiate for you, get a great recruiter and let that person be your negotiator.
Or your lawyer,
Yeah,
whatever level
exactly.
you're at,
But when
right?
you're going
Do not
into the-
negotiate for yourself, you
Right.
lose.
Exactly.
I think that this is great advice. So I was wondering, just lightning round before we wrap up, do you guys, do you feel like the answer to some of this also is mentoring? And if you are doing some mentoring, could you just mention how you do it? And then I'm also wondering your interactions with older women, you know, and was there mentoring there? Because I remember an old woman saying to me when I was struggling with my career, and she said, well, you burned your bra, now you have to live with it. And I remember thinking, why would I want to burn my bra? I need my bra. Like,
I'm not even wearing a bra.
So I never understood. She was mad because I was a liber or something, and I was like, what's a liber? You know, is that a kidney disease? I didn't even know what she was talking about. And also, I like my bra. So anyway, let's just do a lightning round here of like, what do you think is the way to kind of speed this up, to heat this up? Is it mentoring younger women? Is it mentoring younger men? Is it taking a young lover, perhaps? I don't know.
Yes.
Go back to those cougars.
Take a young lover that's an engineer so we can build your ideas. That's what I say.
Mentoring is huge, and I love to be around people that mentor. I joined Step Up Women's Network when I got divorced, and the reason I joined Step Up is because I lost my family. I had 2 stepchildren, so I had a job. I was raising family. I had a job. I had a husband, and now I'm in a big empty house. So when I joined, I specifically had a goal. I want to find some I want to mentor someone because I didn't have that. I had one mentor, and that was Jessica Savage, who very sadly passed away in a car accident. But she went to Ithaca College, I went to Ithaca College, and we were both in broadcasting, and there were so few women. And I said, damn it, I didn't have a mentor, and I'm going to make sure that I'm going to spend the rest of my life mentoring other women so that they can feel that they can have the power to ask for that raise.
Anyone else? Good. You're allowed to clap. Go ahead.
I just want to say, one of my best friends who has a very deep past history in her field and is a bona fide expert. And she was shifting businesses and was going to take a cut, kind of enroll. And the other day we were talking, and she alluded to how much she was making, and I about threw up because it's so undervaluing her in her business and her past that and I think it's personal, right? I think because of her upbringing and her trajectory that she didn't even know she could ask for more. And I think that's part of it, is knowing that, have someone advise you so that you're not leaving money on the table.
Mentor and get other mentors around you.
I was just so upset. I could not believe.
I do mentor women, and what's funny about the process is it inevitably starts out, hey, I want to get into technology or advertising or media, and I want to learn that end of the business. And it always turns into, well, how do you actually become successful as a female, and what are some of the behaviors that you need to adopt in order to be successful? And then so it morphs into much more of a relational type of thing. I myself didn't have a female mentor. I actually had a male mentor. And so all of you men, which if you're here listening to the subject matter, and there's quite a few of you. There's at least 1/3 of the room, so give yourselves a hand for being here and caring about listening to this.
So,
go ahead.
I also mentor and advise companies, and both men and women led companies. And I would say this, one of the groups that I mentor is Korea's first accelerator, Spark Labs. And last year I couldn't go to their demo day, which was the largest demo day in the world, by the way. Korea's on fire for startups. But the message I sent, it was a video message, was, don't let anyone put you into a box. You're going to need
or a corner, right?
Or a corner, right? And but like the first person who does that to you is yourself. And if you do that to yourself, you're limiting all of your possibilities. And I think that especially if you're going to be an entrepreneur, at least that's my perspective. You need to be cunning. You need to use everything that you can. And that if that means looking to older people to help you along, or younger people to advise you on another direction, you just have to use everything in your toolbox. And you already have chosen a really difficult path if you're doing entrepreneurship. But we just passed a law in California for equal pay, so it's illegal. It's illegal not to pay people the same wage for the same work. And I thought it was really interesting that Mark Benioff, the CEO of Salesforce, got out right on the top of that announcement and announced how they had gone back through all of their records and had fixed all of the pay problems that they might have. He didn't mention the new act. He just used it for his own positive press,
And if anyone could go through records, it would be Salesforce, because they're CMS. Anyway, all right.
Yeah. So I don't have a formal mentor, but I have a few of the original gaming founders, like Nolan Bushnell and his son Brent, really good friends, and I tap into them a lot with that.
And they're
but
cool.
I'm also, they're awesome. So I also have, I'm an advisor to the Bixel Exchange. Do you guys know what that is? Okay, so the Bixel Exchange is a division of the SBDC and the LA Chamber of Commerce. And so I advise startups, and it's free to you guys. If you have startups, you just sign up and you get free advisement. So I'm one of the advisors. We have really cool advisors. We kind of become mentors for our...
And this is LA business, right? LA.
So it's the LA Chamber of Commerce, SBDC. It's called the Bixel Exchange. And if you just Google Bixel Exchange, you'll see there's a list of advisors. And we have like tech people, we have like I'm focused on female founders and gaming and ed tech. But we have like everything, marketing, branding, help with startup, finance, everything. So it's a great tool, and that's where I get to mentor and advise other startups. Bixel, Bixel Exchange.
Anybody else want to comment on mentoring? Dee, are you?
Well, I try and mentor women that I work with all the time. I try and promote them. I try and help them. I give them advice, even if they don't want my advice. But I also think the flip side of this is that I'm always looking to older women to teach me how to be old. And
yeah.
I actually made a documentary about older actors in Hollywood with another woman, because we were sort of fascinated by this idea of staying relevant. And so, like, I want to surround myself with as many older people as possible to learn from them.
Yeah, so I agree with you.
Wait,
both
I'll chime in on
generations.
another thing, because I think it's important also.
Well, that's a whole other topic.
So, being honestly like older in the tech field, I do a lot of advising to companies for equity. And I actually make sure to advise a lot of young, successful men, so that I'm mentoring young, successful men, so that I help them.
Who are attractive as well.
They're not bad.
Just tossing it.
But that's not the point. The point is, I guess the point is, like, it's about human potential, and it's about the fact is that if you want real change, then you have to be the change, and the change has to come from women and men.
Mm-hmm.
And quite honestly, like, the younger millennial men that are getting lots of financing, because that's just typically the way that it works, is that VCs back men, young men, is that if I'm mentoring them, then I'm having an impact because they have an impact, and I try to set them straight. And one of them today literally called women bitches, like, on Facebook, and I was like, and he's like, you don't see sarcasm?
No,
And I'm
you're
like,
the puppet.
I'm like,
words matter.
yeah, and I said, I am keeping it real. You should not, like, you are a mentor. And literally, I had to correct him on Facebook.
Yeah, but I'm
because he
embracing my inner
referred-
bitch, so.
They were referring to women, like, where should I, because he's can go anywhere. He has got money. I can travel. Where, should I go to Kiev or this? I've got to get out of Cape Town. And then someone's like, the bitches are hotter in Kiev. And I'm like, you know what I mean? So I went in and had to correct.
Right.
Today, this
No,
morning.
I think words do matter, and I think
They do matter.
Part of this election has been the loss of respect for language in many ways.
Yeah,
but-
I mean, I'm not grabbing people's balls.
Yeah, how to use it, well, how to be appropriate. Anybody else want to jump on that mentoring point? Any questions from the audience? Yes.
No, this is just a comment. I really haven't felt that discriminated against as a woman in the workplace, but looking back, I can see there have been opportunities where I would have been advanced if I hadn't been a woman, right? Then people would have automatically given me positions that they didn't give me. But the women who did want to get the more advanced positions fought for them, and then they got them. I wasn't the fighter, I was more of the artist type. But what is true in our society is, for example, Obama being elected brought out all the racism. Hillary running is bringing out all the misogyny. And then we also have to look at just the whole commercials, advertising, and everything. Almost every single product now is being sold with a woman's body. And you wonder, when is that going to change? That women are not constantly being objectified, and products are not constantly being sold by objectifying women and making them into an object. And until that happens, and there's more consciousness about that, you're going to have people calling women names all the time, and calling them bitches, and doing all that other kind of stuff.
Yeah, excellent point. Anybody else want to contribute? Yes. Mata Hari. That's her name is Mata Hari.
That's cool.
It's a situation being an entertainment attorney that I've actually come across, and I think it's great what Lily was saying about mentoring men, but some of the panelists have brought up situations where, in speaking with women from other generations, and I'm curious to see anybody else who might have had a similar experience, where, like what you had said, where she said, you burned your bra, you
Don't you think that comes, though, from insecurity? I think that sometimes and I have experienced some of that, but then I've also been able to work really well with those types of women as well. Because I think if you have empathy for them and you understand where they're coming from, that will sort of melt away. Because it was harder for older women to get ahead, and they did have to, push, and, like you just said, the ones that pushed the hardest, they rose, but there's a consequence.
Things are going to get worse because we've got honestly, I have a friend who's doing a film on the future of employment, which is that there is none.
Right.
And so so we're with automation coming in, and when you really look at the numbers, jobs are going away. So we better all get along because
Well, people are reporting to robots. Pharos is people are actually
look up
reporting to
below
robots.
the API, just Google below the API, and it will really explain where the future of employment is, which is, it's a whole nother panel, but just Google below the API because it's kind of fascinating. Let's just do a quick lightning round just to wrap up of what projects you have going on right now, because you're all so fascinating and doing such cool things. So just share with the audience what you have right now that we could check out.
We love you all.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Mary.
Thank
You're gonna
you.
hear from me. You should be giving me your cards.
All right, I'll go. So I'm working on potentially doing a creative hackathon for TEDxLA, which is at the Dolby Theater, and that's a week-long event. And you can look that up. So that's TEDxLA, and that's a creative hackathon. So it's not necessarily tech-based.
And Playworks?
So Playworks and Whiz Girls Academy, and I'm all over social media and USC as well.
Dee?
So I'm a hired hand, but I'm working on rolling out and producing a custom content piece for one of our Academy advertisers. It's the first time we've done an endemic branded content. And also we've got about 8 events coming up that we're producing in the next 8 weeks.
So Variety. And we
Variety.
can find out the events on Variety.com?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yep,
great.
we've got, you can look them up at Variety.com.
Great.
I'm in development on my first television show. So I'm very excited about it. It's a dating show that I created and I produced. And I thought I was going to host, but it looks like I'm looking for another host. But I'm very, very excited about it. And one of the 5, something on the hit, and the film adaptation of my book. Actually, we're moving along with that, and it's going quite well. So my dream was to take whatever the stories were and make them multimedia, and I'm really very excited about the possibilities of reaching that.
Cyberdating.com?
This website is cyberdatingexpert.com. The book was called The Perils of Cyberdating. And the untitled TV show, well, when I'm ready to kiss and tell, believe me, I will.
Melinda?
So right now I have 2 big projects. So I just took a company public about 2 weeks ago, and it's called iConsumer.com. I used equity crowdfunding, Regulation A+ to do so. I'm just waiting to get the stock ticker. But in a similar fashion for how Blake started Tom's Shoes and the whole one-for-one movement and really changing the way that companies are built, iConsumer is essentially a mass shopping discount site. So we're giving you, in a similar fashion to Groupon, Ebates, and Retail Me Not, we're giving you discounts and cash back, but we are giving you ownership and shares in iConsumer so that we're changing the faces of Wall Street by allowing the people that are most loyal to our company to own the company and to be able to trade shares immediately. So that's called iConsumer. So I have a goal of getting to 1 million shareholders / shoppers in the next 18 months. So we can go buy stock. You don't need, you can, so here's the beautiful thing about it. You can, right now the minimum investment is $1,000, but in the next couple months we're gonna actually change that down to $50 to get an investment. So it'll be the lowest investment that you can ever do in a tech company. In addition, if you don't even wanna invest and you just wanna use the service, sign up as a member. So right now at iConsumer.com, I will give you 100 shares of stock. If you refer somebody, I will give you another 100 shares of stock. Jet.com just was sold to Walmart.
and the top referrers, where shareholders are multimillionaires. So I'm a pretty badass marketer, so I would definitely get 100 shares today because it's going to change really quickly. And then the second thing is I am on a book tour for my book, How to Raise Money, The Ultimate Guide to Crowdfunding, which is #1 on Amazon in the category. It's trading on the OTCQB markets right now.
Excellent. Erin?
Speaking of crowdfunding, guess that's the theme. I am kicking off a project next week with a client who is launching a crowdfunding platform, and particularly in the education space.
Were you allowed to say the name?
Not yet.
What does it rhyme with? Nothing? All right. I always try. All right, Anne?
So I'm building another tech company, and it's an entertainment tech platform that's called Scene Play, and Scene Play is a way to crowdsource scripted media automatically using a smart script. So it's the shorthand I'm using now is Ready Scene Player 1. And it allows you to go inside of any kind of content in a scripted way with n number of participants.
So, Good Amplified, our mission is to do good at scale, and we work with nonprofits to help them on YouTube. So, we're always looking for brands or media companies to support the creation of content that has an impact on the planet, and to amplify that and create communities and audiences for these nonprofits to exist for long periods of time. We have 2 big campaigns coming up, one with Found Animals next Thursday. We are launching their registry, so if you haven't microchipped and registered your pet, do it now, and you can do it for free on the Found Animals registry. And College Track for first-generation college graduates or underserved communities who need a pathway to college and graduation of college.
Well, I just finished curating AdTech New York, which a bunch of these ladies are actually speaking at. So if you're in New York on November 2nd and 3rd, come to AdTech New York. And I'm going to be giving tours at the Consumer Electronics Show, so if you want to take a tour. And of course, the Tech Hat Show podcast. So please check out all these fabulous women. Come up and talk to us. And thanks so much for joining the conversation today. Big hand to my fabulous ladies. There's so much power
Thank you, Lori.
at this table. Oh, you're so welcome.
What a diverse panel. You rock.